Either way, you should be prosecuted. I cried a little bit and died a little bit today. I promised my wonderful mother that I would prosecute you, but I've never passed the bar. I don't know how I will prosecute you, piece of shit software cocksucker developers, but I will prosecute you whether I pass the bar or not.
Was throwing it up. Am I crazy? I'm not Mr. Symbolism, right? Like, I usually tell you guys, like, focus on things that actually matter. Like, instead of the rune shape that the podium that, like, the CPAC conference is, like, happening on, listen to the words that they're saying, because they're saying Nazi shit, and that's way more impactful than just, like, trying to figure out the symbolism. Like, is this the 14 words? Are they, like, Heil Hitlering? But, like, this kind of just feels like she's Heil Hitler. Like, she's trying to, like, I don't know, maybe she was doing a girly pop thing. I don't know why I'm trying to be charitable to the Nebraska comms director, Nebraska GOP comms director. She, I mean, if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, is probably Sig
If it
Heiling,
walks like a fascist
and
hawks like a
shit from
fascist,
Trump won, but even less
it might be a fucking Nazi. Oh. If it looks like a hate mongerer and it smells like a fucking poor lord, it might be a fucking piece of shit cocksucker right-wing Nazi. Uh-oh.
Yeah, but it's not the okay shit, because this is a sign. The entire purpose of the okay sign is that people throw this up without ill intent from time to time. This has different uses. Sig Heiling has one use. You're a Nazi. You know what I mean? So I get what you're trying to say, that this is just like they're trying to throw the okay sign, like they're trying to use the Sig Heil in the same way as the okay sign, but like, this is just a salute. There is no other use case for this. No one just, like, unless you're, I guess, like, hailing a cab. There is kitty. Very little. There's not really another moment in time when you're just kind of putting that hand up like that. She could have been stretching and taking a pic like that at the same time. Yeah, maybe she's just neurodivergent, right? That's what we were saying. That's what people were saying about Elon. Like, oh, he's just quirked up. This girl might get stunlocked by captchas, but she definitely knew what she was doing. Yeah. Like, we're not saying she's very smart, but it does kind of feel like she's throwing it up. But yeah, and the reason why this is like, this came as a sequence of events this weekend. First, it was this lady that looks like Eve Fartlow. This is like this is the Nazi version of Eve Fartlow, not the pro-Israel Nazi version of Eve Fartlow that is just Eve Fartlow, but this is the anti-Semitic Nazi, anti-Israel, I guess. I don't know actually if this person's anti-Israel or not, but like, this is just Eve Fartlow. She looks exactly like Eve Fartlow. It's crazy. And it was crazy because, like, she said, like, all the pretty girls, and what's really funny about it is that when white girls do this shit, I sometimes will see their responses, and like, neo-Nazi movement just overwhelmingly hate women, right? They just hate women so much.
They do.
So like, all the replies were shitting on her. They were like, of course a woman would use the wrong hand. And I think she was actually not doing the left arm, she was doing the right arm, but she used the front-facing camera. Like, they were dunking on her. They were literally dunking on, they were shitting on her. They're like, where are your children? Why don't you have children already? Stop posting photos. You know, go save the white race. You're so ugly. Like, all this stuff. And obviously, misogyny is a no-no. Okay? We don't participate in that. We don't partake in that. But like, it's a bit of a situation where you're just like, let them fight. You know what I mean? Let them fight amongst themselves. If you're gonna, I'm not gonna defend her. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna go out of my way to be like, hey, prominent neo-Nazis on the internet, don't tell this neo-Nazi woman that she ain't shit because she's a woman. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna watch from the sidelines. You know, it's like Lauren Southern writing articles about how, like, the alt-right movement was so mean to her. Oh wow, shocking. White middle immigrant women are made in a factory outside of Des Moines. They might have changed the manufacturing standards as a result of more Nazis. I don't know. Yeah, inside trade, right-wing misogyny is a-okay. I mean, misogyny is never okay. But if the Nazis are doing misogyny to other Nazis that happen to be women, I'm
That's
not going to
not
be
okay.
like, you know. It's kind of like it's kind of like when you got, you know, like Indian fascists on the timeline, and like all of the other fuck Nazis will then like yell at the Indian guy because he's brown. You know, it's unacceptable, but it's not my battle. You know what I mean? Under different circumstances, I'm there with you. This is the one instance where I'm just like, okay, well, you kind of made your bed, didn't you? You know, you made your bed. It's funny though, because like she didn't private her account because like people were yelling at her for sig heiling. She privated her account, I think, because she was getting dunked on by other Nazis. This is PvP and they ain't on our team. Yeah, like I'll third party this, you know what I mean? I'll just like push some buttons. I'll third party both sides, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not touching it. Like you just sit back. Sometimes not everything needs a reaction, okay? Sometimes just sit back and enjoy the show. This is one of those moments. Okay? No, the enemy of my enemy is not my friend. The enemy of my enemy is still my enemy in this instance. But they can fight amongst themselves all day, every day, and I'll just, you know, I'm not gonna step in, okay? Bro, the replies I got from QRTing this are insane. It's so, dude, it's crazy that we just never talk about Twitter. Like, all of this back and forth discourse on like TikTok is so anti-Semitic. This platform is anti-Semitic. That platform, like, it's Twitter, man. It's Twitter. That's where it's coming from. All of the metric ton of evil is coming directly from Twitter. I saw her arguing with Nazis saying thumb ring
never
equals
signed up
high
for
body
Twitter.
count in the replies. I know. What is this?
It sounds like I'm
I
out
don't know
of
if I can
base
show
or out
this
of
then.
touch,
What
but
is this?
you
Yes.
know,
You are
I think
fighting
I'm so
for
much
the
more in
people
touch
in
than
Gaza
you guys.
for starving for food. But you forgot.
You can see how
about
technologically advanced I am.
the need that I
Not
have
Twitter.
for a cock in my mouth.
I'm playing 5 games at once and streaming to 2 websites and like rocking my iPhone 16 and my iWatch and shit. I am not a fucking Luddite. I just don't believe in Twitter. I don't fucking believe in Twitter. I think it's for women and hate mongers. You know, poor lords.
That'll be it for today.
And the women belong there.
Some things are better left unwatched,
The rest of them don't.
unheard, unsaid. Okay? I come back first day, and I'm not even an hour into the broadcast, and Nandre hits me with this shit, dude. Really? That's. I missed it. Play it again, please. No, I will never play it again.
No.
Vibes ruined. Yeah, almost died yesterday. The fact that people don't realize that Elon's original actual truth comment is what prompted him to go on an anti-Semitism apology tour to Auschwitz and then Israel with Ben Shapiro is fucking insane to me. People point to those trips as evidence he's not anti-Semitic when the reason he did it was because he was anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's like when Marjorie Taylor Greene had to go to like a Holocaust museum and write a book report about how the Holocaust happened after you said Jews have space lasers. Like, you just... that's ADL shit. Like, that's what they used to do. You know what I mean? Back in the day, they'd be like, you've said something insanely anti-Semitic. Now you have to write a book report. Okay? Now, they've just kind of given up on that. They just literally will be like, oh, well, you said something insanely anti-Semitic. Now you have to defend Israel extra hard. Anyway, this was... People want to do the Nazi salute publicly until it starts having social consequences. And then this lady came out and also was doing it. Like this lady saw the other lady do the salute and was like, "Oh, it's me time. It's time for me." Remember when the owner of this site said Nazis would have the freedom of speech and not freedom of reach, and then blasted a Nazi salute on national television, and content like this goes viral regularly. Like, this has 20K likes, man. Bro, back in the day, okay, white ladies that did not have like any sort of decipherable, discernible interesting personality quirks, would just be like a regular run-of-the-mill Republican. Now they just hit the Sig Heil. What is going on? You used to lose your job because of this? Yeah, it's over. It's fucking crazy. Be honest, is this a good thing? No. No, it's not. No, I think that there should be some social stigma associated with one of the most violent historic movements of all time. Like, I think that Chad was asking that question because they're saying, like, is this good that they're at least out in the open, right? Like, that's what you mean, right? But I don't think so.
No,
because
it's never good when they're out in the
reason
open.
Why
they just start doing more damage. Dan,
I know. Look at my name, lol. I know. No, I don't. I was being sarcastic. Oh, okay. I logged on into Twitter on browser just because I was curious. I thought people were exaggerating about the Nazi, but it's so bad. No, it's fucking terrible. Yeah. And for those of you saying, like, isn't she making fun of the other girl? No. Her username has juice, which is a substitute for Jews, and extinguisher, like Jews extinguisher.
My God.
I don't think this person is like memeing about another Nazi. I think this person is a Nazi. Okay? Yeah, the juice box thing is like a common way for, it's like TikTok speak. Twitter is like 75% Nazis, 25% porn. Is all fucking bots too. But yeah, this is the best take I've seen on this. Rat Limit said in February 21st, Rat Limit said, prediction, the Nazi salute will become common within 2 years. Right-wingers will half-ass it for plausible deniability, memify the backlash, and then start fully doing it as a joke to troll the libs for being hysterical enough to think we were doing it in the first place. Fascism is a little bitch ideology because it's too timid to enact its cruelty until it can frame its cruelty as retaliation against others anticipating it. Everyone, please stop saying more like 6 months, as 6 months is indeed within 2 years. Which, by the way, the people that were saying as in 6 months were literally right, low key. And so was Rat Limit, to be fair. Because here we are. And it's like, here's the thing, okay? It's not good that people think that they are, people think that this is like something that you can just do without any repercussions whatsoever. That's number one, okay? Number two, it's extra not good that these people then literally go to like websites to fucking farm donos, okay? Like they straight up will go to like Give Send Go and then farm, like, it's like that lady that said the N-word to that black child at the fucking playground and then like got $1 million for doing that. Almost. And that blows my mind. Or that fucking the I'm a fascist guy from Jubilee who went and like farmed an insane amount of money again. And I don't know where this goes, you know what I mean? I have an idea where this is going, but this shit ain't a meme, you know? It's not. It's just, it's not like, oh, I trolled you, I own the libs. This person was invited to the White House. Yeah, I mean, exactly. There's also this, like, the libs of TikTok being like, did you know the average IQ in Somalia is 68? Dude,
the fuck was
Kaya
that?
Rychik, you are an Orthodox Jewish woman. Why are you doing race IQ
This
conspiracies?
guy crashed his helicopter.
What is going on? Like,
right next to me.
The people that did that historically did the Holocaust. What are you... Yeah, World War II was just a meme. Yeah, it's just like, what is going on, man? Yeah, this is Omar Fateh, who's running for mayor. We all saw Taylor Loren's interview. It's amazing. Chaya is able to breathe. I think she literally needs assistance on that front. Same thing could be argued for Laura Loomer. America's always had shrieking, hate-filled chuds like Laura Loomer, but there was a period in the past when they weren't allowed to hang out with the president at the White House. Yeah, witnesses said the shooter screamed Free Palestine. Now the media is running to cover up another act of Islamic terrorism by the Free Palestine crowd. This was like the CTE shooter guy in New York City, where a bunch of right-wing freaks immediately jumped to claim that, like, the very same people that used to say, oh, the shooter is trans, is now back to their old habits, post 9/11 war on terror habits of just screaming that it's like an Islamic style terrorist every time. Okay? Immediately. They just, like, another mass shooting happens, even though it's like literally multiple times a week, situation in the United States of America, the only country where this happens so frequently. And they go, oh, it must be a Muslim. It's a Muslim. It's a Muslim. It's a Muslim. They're doing Muslim-style Islamic terrorism. Great stuff, man. We are so cooked. Yeah, Charlie Kirk posting great replacement theory shit. Muhammad is the #1 boys' name in the UK for the 2nd straight year, and for every year going forward is not going to be closed. The great replacement is not a conspiracy theory, it's government policy.
Yep.
Trump was asked about his religion.
Not underage.
What's really going on with Trump and the internet's Sydney Sweeney meltdown? Your privacy on the internet is dying, and YouTube, the UK, and AI might be the ones killing it. This war in Texas over redistricting has huge updates, and it may be the single most decisive moment in the fight for democracy as it spreads to New York and California. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. The Sydney Sweeney American Eagle Nazi scandal now involves the President of the United States. Because of course that's where we are today. So, quick recap. Sweeney was in an American Eagle ad that said she had good genes. Or a double entendre about the jeans she's wearing and that she's good looking. But then you saw some backlash from people who said at best it was in poor taste to say that a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman had good
Yeah, why
genes.
would you bring up
But then others
jeans
taking it
right
even
now?
further and saying that it was a clear dog whistle to Nazis. And then on the other side you have people saying this was another example of woke going too far, saying people were reaching here. But ultimately what you saw from American Eagle was they denied the accusations that they were being racist, and they doubled down, saying Sydney Sweeney has great genes is and always was about genes, her story. We'll continue to celebrate how everyone wears their AE genes with confidence, their way. Great genes look good on everyone. And then over the weekend you had news breaking that Sweeney allegedly had been a registered Republican in Florida since 2024, which then resulted in reactions like she pretends to stand with women yet votes against their rights and freedoms, claiming solidarity while actively working against the very people she claims to support. We truly gave the spotlight to the wrong person. But then on the other side, you had some Trump supporters finding concerning that her address was possibly leaked, saying, does anybody else think that Sydney Sweeney's address being doxed on her voter registration for being a Republican feels like voter intimidation? Can't even be proud of your genes in 2025. But also, just the fact that apparently she's a registered Republican was enough to essentially turn her into a mascot for the right and used to bash others. So people arguing if you're a progressive celebrity, you endlessly lecture the public about your beliefs, even if you offend half of your fan base. If you're a Republican celebrity who says nothing about politics, the left will hunt you down and hate you for it. But then there also being no shortage of people going, hey, look, here's Sweeney, a Republican, and then there's this other person that we're saying is not attractive. You know, all of that, it inevitably led to the President of the United States chiming in, which I know some people were like, I can't believe he's doing this, but also, really? And I say that for a number of reasons, including he probably wants people to talk about anything other than the Trump-Epstein scandal. Though to be fair, he was first asked yesterday what he thought about her being a Republican.
She's a registered Republican? Oh, now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney Sweeney? You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that. If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic.
But then, this morning, he added to that in a massive post on Truth Social, saying Sydney Sweeney, a registered Republican, has the hottest ad out there. It's for American Eagle, and the jeans are flying off the shelves. Go get 'em, Sydney. On the other side of the ledger, Jaguar did a stupid and seriously woke advertisement that is a total disaster. The CEO just resigned in disgrace, and the company is in absolute turmoil. With him then going on to compare this to what happened with Bud Light after it featured Dylan Mulvaney, claiming that it tanked the company, and then he ended it with, or just look at woke singer Taylor Swift. Ever since I alerted the world as to what she was saying on Truth, that I can't stand her, hate, she was booed out of the Super Bowl and became no longer hot. The tide has seriously turned. Being woke is for losers. Being Republican is what you want to be. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Also, a note,
Republicans never been cool. Think Mr. Burns. That's why he looks like Mr. Burns. He looks like Mr. Burns. He looks like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. He looks like he kind of looks like you know, like that, like what's it called, Dracula. He looks like Dracula from that movie Interview with the Vampire. I mean, he kind of does, man. Like, he's never been cool. That suit he wears has never been cool. Suits have never been cool. Like, why do these young little Eichmanns? It's just some power struggle.
Posted it because the first time he misspelled her name. But
I think it's a bunch of bots impersonating young male Republicans.
Or not, seemingly the coverage here and the president chiming in, it caused American Eagle stock to jump. You know, all of this, it just makes me wonder what history books are gonna look like in like 20 to 100 years. Because this war in Texas, it's spiraling out of control and spreading into California and New York and who knows how many states. It is going to be one of the most important things we see play out over the next 1 to 2 years. Because we're seeing the situation in Texas go off the rails right now. With Texas Republicans now chasing their Democrats into Illinois and threatening to put them in prison. Right, with all of this starting last month when you had Donald Trump urging the Texas legislature to redraw its congressional map mid-cycle to give him more seats in the U.S. House.
I think we get 5. And there could be some other states. We're going to get another 3 or 4.
And they love this. And like, oh, we can steal Texas. Let's go steal Texas.
Trump ordering an aggressive
goddamn
like
criminals.
Ordering a milkshake at McDonald's. Which one, I mean, already kind of unusual, but especially unusual because 2, typically maps are drawn once a decade in time for the census. And it's only been 4 years since Texas last redrew its map. So what did Republican Governor Greg Abbott do? Well, he called a special session to give Trump exactly what he asked for. Last week, they unveiled this proposed map that would likely add 5 new Republican seats, bumping the majority from 25 to 30 out of 38. Then on Saturday, a committee approving the map and the committee's chairman, Cody Vasut, not even trying to pretend that this is anything other than a partisan power grab. With them telling NBC this map was politically based and that's totally legal, totally allowed, and totally fair. You got states like California and New York and Illinois
doing
that
this all the
have these really large
time.
margins between the percentage of seats they have and percentage of votes that they're getting. And Texas is underperforming in that, and so it's totally prudent, totally right for Texas to be able to respond and improve the political performance of its map. And so the state house was supposed to vote on the map tomorrow, but now that does not appear to be happening. Because yesterday, Democratic state lawmakers, they filed into buses and they booked it out of there, fleeing the state, effectively breaking the quorum that Republicans need to pass their map. And if you're like, wow, that's crazy, what the fuck is a quorum? A quorum is the minimum number of legislators that you have to have present for the chamber to vote on anything, which in Texas means 2/3 of the House. So that means that 51 Democrats need to be absent to break the quorum, and according to their own count, they've got 57 out of there. With some reportedly going to Boston and New York, but most they went to Chicago where they held a press conference explaining their decision. Gene Wu, the leader of the Democrats in the Texas State House, saying,
"We're not here to have fun. We're not here.
We're here to be fascists.
This is
We don't
easy,
care
and
if we're not fun
we
to
did not
deal
make the
with.
decision
Everything will be unpleasant
to
as
come
long as
here
they're
today.
here.
We did not make
The
a
money will be
decision
stolen.
but
It
we
will
come
be
here
corrupt.
today with
We're not here to help you,
moral
the public. We're here to fuck you
Enough of
over.
your games. Enough of your lies.
Enough of your
Today,
lies.
The corruption of Donald Trump and Greg Abbott ends.
You then also had Representative Trey Martinez Fisher chiming in.
I'm terribly sorry. I mean, I know you're a friend.
Republicans are stealing our democracy right before our very eyes, not on our watch.
You then had Representative Chris Turner really leaning in and saying that we have to do something.
They are engaged in an illegal act of intentional discrimination by tearing apart majority, minority congressional districts across our state. And we are not going to stand for it.
Right.
And then finally, you had Illinois' Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker saying,
all bets are off when the cult leader and would-be dictator of the United States tells Texas to midstream change the game when they know that they're going to lose in 2026. All bets are off.
It's a very big moves here, very big statements, but then in response to this open act of defiance, you had Greg Abbott threatening the nuclear option, writing that Democrats hatched a deliberate plan not to show up for work for the specific
Dude,
purpose
you
of
guys have the
abdicating duties
you
of their
have the
office and supporting the
presidency.
chamber of business, alleging that amounts to an abandonment or forfeiture of an elected state office, and saying this truancy ends now.
You
Therefore,
have
like
the
Democrat
majority.
House
Why
members
are
must
you
return to Texas
socking
and
a
be in attendance when the
toddler?
House
It's because
reconvenes
you have no
on
honor. You're a
Monday.
bunch of
From the morning that
scumbag,
any
honorless
Democrats who
pieces of
refuse to do
shit.
so will be removed
Fuck
from membership
you.
in the state house. But then
You're not
Thursday,
worthy
Jack
to lick
Powers
my
Lewis would
boot,
fulfill
you
vacancies
fucking
under Article
scum.
3, Section 13 of the Texas
Fucking
Constitution.
right-wing
Or in other words, he says,
cocksuckers.
I'm going to kick you out and put the people in your place. Right, and that, notably, coming after Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton already threatened to arrest anyone who breaks quorum last month. Them even offering to assist local, state, and notably federal authorities in, quote, hunting down and compelling the attendance of anyone who abandons their office and their constituents for cheap political theater. A threat that's now been reinforced by State Representative Brian Harrison, who demanded of the House Speaker
immediately move for what's called a call of the House. The call of the House is what would authorize law enforcement to immediately be dispatched to arrest, detain, and bring back to the Capitol for the purposes of establishing a quorum these Democrats.
Now with this, it's unclear whether or how Texas Republicans would force the Democrats to come back. Right, there is legal precedent for state authorities compelling lawmakers to return to the chamber, but that's if they're actually in the state. And these Democrats, they cross state borders, so technically they should be outside of their jurisdiction. Alternatively, Abbott could seek their extradition from the states where they're hiding, and in fact,
Oh
he just
my
threatened to do
God,
that,
is
alleging
civil
lawmakers
war
may be committing
starting?
felony bribery, which to understand where that allegation
If it is,
comes from,
fuck
you
the
gotta
right
know that
wing.
for every day that they're gone, each absent
I'll
lawmaker
see
racks
ya.
up a $500
Catch
fine.
me
It only
outside,
takes 2 weeks to go over their $7,200 salary. So you have Abbott saying that many absentee Democrats are soliciting funds to evade the fines that they will incur under House rules, and adding any Democrat who solicits, accepts, or agrees to accept such funds to assist in the violation of legislative duties or for purposes of skipping a vote may have violated bribery laws. There you had the Democratic leaders saying they're using legal ways to pay for their costs, but without going into detail. Though you had one political scientist telling the Texas Tribune, under Texas ethics laws, it's quite easy for some group to effectively just simply pay these legislators money as a form of compensation that they can then use to pay these fines. Let's say Mark Cuban wants to pay all these House Democrats $1,000 a day as consultants. They can do that. Also, the lawmakers can challenge the fines in court, with some suggesting that's exactly what they'll do, claiming civil rights violations, which is then why you have some saying that these threats from Abbott, Paxton, and such, they're just scare tactics to pressure the Democrats into folding. But for now, you have the lawmakers saying they're committed to staying away for at least 2 weeks, which would run out the clock on the 30-day special session. But then, after that, Abbott could just continue to call special sessions until Democrats come back. Right now, it's not clear how long these Democrats are willing to play this game of chicken. And that's a key thing here, because you have experts explaining that they would have to last until November, which is when the GOP has to pass its new map before filing opens for next year's midterms. But even then, you have experts saying that Republicans could just hold a second round of primaries if they miss the deadline. And I will say, if you look at history, the track record for what the Democrats are attempting, it's not very inspiring. The first quorum break it happened in 1870 when lawmakers blocked a bill giving the governor wartime powers, but they were arrested and the bill ultimately passed. The next one then came in 1979 when Democrats blocked a bill that would have shifted the timing of a primary in favor of one candidate. Though I will say, after a weeks-long game, a hide and seek between Texas Rangers and lawmakers in Austin, that one actually worked with the Republicans pulling the bill. Then the next time in 2003, you had Democrats trying to block another mid-decade redistricting effort, and after a weeks-long
every time the Republicans try to push their fascism, the Democrats just flee town. Because that's how fucking bad you pieces of shit have been. We won't deal with you because you're not rational human beings. We'll leave town first.
It's a critical mass. All while,
we might need a civil war. Your fascism's unacceptable.
But even if it doesn't pan out the way
democracy takes two to tango, bitch. Two to tango. Not me, I beat you if you don't do what I want. You know? It's two to tango, not I beat you with this stick if you don't do what I say, right? It's two to tango.
Lawmakers from around the country to prepare for carving up their states. So, depending on the state, they might have unique rules that prevent them from gerrymandering as aggressively as the Texas GOP did. Like in New York, for example, although the legislature gets to approve its maps, they're actually drawn by a special commission. So today, Governor Kathy Hochul said she would support an amendment to the state constitution abolishing the commission.
The majority of people in this state selected us, elected us to be leaders. And when we say that we cannot use that power to its fullest, then we're abdicating the responsibility that we all have. Republicans take over the legislature, they can have at it. But until then, we're in charge, and we're sick and tired of being pushed around. The playing field has changed dramatically. And shame on us if we ignore that fact and cling tight to the vestiges of the past. That era is over. Donald Trump eliminated that forever.
But if Democrats want to do that, they'll have to pass the amendment in 2 consecutive sessions, followed by a referendum, likely in late 2027.
I cannot go upwards.
They won't be able to redraw their map in time for the 2026 midterm.
This mission's so terribly designed, I don't want to do it anymore.
Blue states, they're going to have to battle
and I
red
bombed out of
states planning to
Starfield,
redraw their maps like Ohio and Florida. So all in all, a lot is at stake. There is a long fight ahead. And a lot of it, I think it comes down to Democratic lawmakers understanding that the game has changed. And when your opponent is playing by a different set of rules, you adjust accordingly. And to not is just to guarantee your own defeat. And then you've got more news in just a minute, but first, do you know that moment when you open the fridge and all that's staring back is a sad pickle and expired oatmeal? Because yeah, that's not a meal, that's a dare. So instead of settling, I use today's sponsor, DoorDash, and more specifically, DashPass, to actually save money while getting what I want fast. You see, DashPass is DoorDash's membership that gives you $0 delivery fees and reduced service fees on eligible orders. Whether it's dinner from a favorite local spot or a quick grocery run you forgot to do again, DashPass makes life easy. It pays for itself in about 2 orders, and DashPass members save an average of $5 per order. You also get perks like 5% back on pickup, exclusive offers, and even HBO Max with ads on the annual plan. You can even add a household member for free because no one should argue over who's placing the order. And I've saved time, money, and sanity using DashPass. And if you're new, you can try it risk-free for 30 days. So get more from delivery for less with DashPass. $0 delivery fees and reduced service fees on eligible DoorDash orders. Sign up for DashPass today and get your first 30 days free if you're a new member. Subject to change. Terms apply. Use my code PHIL50 or scan the QR code on screen to get started. A new law in the UK that requires ID to access adult sites has triggered a wave of backlash and a massive surge in VPN use. Right, in this law, it's reportedly already led to 5 million age checks a day. So that's partially because it has a far bigger scope than just porn sites that need to verify ages. Essentially, any site where it is remotely possible to see adult content, they need to check IDs. Right, and it covers, I guess, pun intended, way more than just naked people. Platforms where things like eating disorders or self-harm to be encountered, they need to follow the law as well. Meaning, essentially all of social media, and that includes YouTube. I mean, even Spotify users have to get their ID checked. And despite it today, the Online Safety Act, it might actually put users at more risk online in a number of ways. I mean, to put it simply, a lot of people just aren't really comfortable giving up their government IDs in order to access content online. Especially because, like, if you've paid attention to the news over the past decade or so, it feels like more of a when information is going to get leaked and come out rather than if. And so it's because of concerns like that a lot of people have turned to VPNs at a staggering rate. I mean, just one example, the Swiss company Proton, they reported that their VPN had an 1,800% spike in daily signups after the law went into effect in late July. And of course, they're hardly the only ones seeing insane sign-up rates. And with this, I'm going to say something, and I'm also making sure that my sponsor in this space is not included in this episode. But it is very important to note that the turn to VPNs, it is not 100% safe either, because not all VPNs are built equally. For some, they end up being little more than data collection tools of their own for big companies. Because remember, if the product is free, you're the product, which is why you have cybersecurity experts like Daniel Card warning many of these free VPNs are riddled with issues. Some act as traffic brokers for data harvesting firms, others are so poorly built they expose users to attacks. While more privacy-conscious users might stick to reputable services, the average person won't. They'll download the first free app with decent reviews, often without realizing they're handing over access to their data. Though also on the other side of this debate around VPNs, you've got people from groups like Internet Matters, which claims to be a children's safety group, warning that they might start looking at VPNs as well, and saying in particular they're concerned that it's too easy to get access to them in order to sidestep laws like the Online Safety Act. Right, but this world of ID checks and age checks, it's not going to be just limited to one place. And in fact, YouTube just announced in a blog post, over the next few weeks, we'll begin to roll out machine learning to a small set of users in the US to estimate their age so that teens are treated as teens and adults as adults. Right, and the program, notably, has already been rolled out in the UK because of the Online Safety Act. And it's expected to force similar requirements in Australia by December, when a ban on social media for people under the age of 16 will start. Which, as an aside, I'll add that YouTube's actually pretty pissed about that, because they were promised that they would be exempt from that, only for the Aussie government to go back on their word. You know, with this news, one of the big questions is, how is it going to look in practice? Well, it looks like YouTube's AI is going to rely on a ton of factors to guess a user's age to then cater what content they can access. So that'll include what type of videos they watch and search for, the general categories of the videos, and how long an account has been active. Right, and then if for whatever reason the AI is actually wrong about a user's
damn it,
age,
if there's a bug, I'll fucking find it, you piece of shit developers.
You'll be able to verify your age with a credit card, government ID, or a selfie. Also,
come on, man.
Questions about how effective the AI actually
is. Your shit is so horrible.
And it was not guaranteed to be effective. However, I'll also say this is not.
Come on, man. I found 2 things like that. Inside of 10 seconds. Uninstall, piece of shit developer. You don't belong here.
Appropriate content for them. You know, unsurprisingly, you have users concerned about what this is going to look like when it's rolled out, with some saying things like, watch YouTube's AI not even consider channel age when auto-flagging an account. Imagine owning an account/channel for 18 years and getting flagged for being
This is some of the buggiest shit I've seen in a long time, though, I swear to God.
And that is, others asked, how is YouTube going to use AI to detect if a user is under 18 when it can hardly detect when a content ID claim is false? But also, some of the biggest concerns were just from the fact that YouTube will be collecting even more personal data on people. People saying things like, in theory, restricting child accounts instead of punishing creators is exactly what we need. However, requiring ID to use YouTube is exactly the bad solution, I fear. Also, it's AI. We all know how poorly that's going to work. Also with this, we saw interesting and controversial takes from the creator space itself, or big notable creators like Asmongold, for example, suggesting that there should be a government system that just verified information rather than letting every company collect their own.
I've been saying this for years.
Is inevitable, especially for social media. Denying this might feel good, but it is a lie and you know it. What isn't inevitable is private companies having access to our public records. The best solution is government. Authentication token that only verifies info. Also, understand when
it's taking me 4 minutes to go about 100 meters. Why?
People like
I mean, even in real life, I can walk it.
On the same side. Right, Lorenz saying, "Oh my God, he is so impossibly stupid. You're against private companies having our data, but you think the government should have it? You think the government having it won't need a contract with
no,
private
I want
companies
real
to get that
ID.
Data? This man's brain is made of soup." And Elon Musk saying government is
I want real ID. The kids must be protected. The criminals online have been acting completely lawlessly. I want real ID. I want it now. I want the person who swatted me in fucking jail. I want real ID.
You might not want to hear it, But if you're realistic,
Yeah, you don't want to hear
take
it?
your
I don't
fucking
care.
idealism
He's
cap
right.
off just for a second, you're gonna realize this is true.
Yep.
We're gonna have real ID on.
We're gonna have real
We're not
ID.
just
Fuck
having
you
social
guys.
Media. You had
Yep.
Spotify.
Yep.
And you had YouTube
Fuck you guys.
too.
There's too many
And
kids
YouTube
being
and
harmed right
Spotify
now.
are asking for your IDs
There's too much
now
bullying
to
and
make sure that you're
stalking and
not
harassment,
underage. And they
swatting
have
and
an AI
shit.
checking
Too much
system.
cocksuckers.
So
Too
if
many
you say
fucking
instant or
assholes.
on God,
I'm done with them.
you
Real
instantly
ID,
get sent
bitch.
to
Face a
YouTube kids.
criminal
There's a man
charge
going on to say
like
that
I
Skycatlive
did whenever I
should be
broke the
handling this kind of
law.
information, and he referenced the T-app, which was an app that was for women only and required photos and IDs.
Real ID,
No one's
bitch.
surprised that data got leaked.
Now.
Jeopardized a ton of
Yesterday.
people. While we wait to see how things develop and how things
Too many
start to get
criminals
rolled out,
online.
I'd really love to know your
Criminals who
thoughts.
bought our
And
election.
Next up in the news, this horrifying hostage video just reignited global outrage, and now Trump's demanding an all-or-nothing deal to end the war in Gaza. Because the White House and the Israeli government, they've been focused on negotiating a two-phase deal for a 60-day ceasefire in Gaza and the release of some hostages. But now Trump's reportedly pushing for a comprehensive agreement that ends the war and returns all remaining hostages at once. And with that, you had White House envoy Steve Witkoff meeting with hostage families over the weekend and telling them President Trump now believes that everybody ought to come home at once. No piecemeal deals. That doesn't work. We think that we have to shift this negotiation to all or nothing so that everybody comes home. We think it's going to be successful and we have a plan around it. And it's been reported that Trump and Netanyahu are working on a new proposal that would involve presenting Hamas with an ultimatum. And under the terms of the ultimatum, Hamas would have to release the remaining hostages and agree to terms to end the war that include the group's disarmament. Otherwise, the Israeli military would just
5.1
continue its
mil.
campaign. And in fact, we're also seeing reporting that Israel's preparing to expand its military offensive into additional areas of Gaza, with one official telling the Financial Times that Netanyahu's government was in dialogue with the Trump administration over the controversial proposal. Though notably, this is also as you have hundreds of retired Israeli security officials, including former heads of intelligence agencies, writing to Trump, urging him to pressure Israel to immediately end the war in Gaza. Them writing, it is our professional judgment that Hamas no longer poses a strategic threat to Israel. It is very hard to imagine that things are going to change in Israel, because the Israeli government, they have long maintained that the only way this ends is if Hamas is destroyed or it surrenders and gives up its arms. And Hamas, they've said that they're unwilling to do so, at least not without the establishment of a Palestinian state. And in fact, in response to Witkoff's comments, the group released a statement reaffirming this position. And that also, as they released horrifying videos showing an emaciated hostage with his ribs and shoulder blades visible through his skin. And that came just a day after another group, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, released a similar video of another hostage. And those videos, of course, sparked international outrage and concern for the 20 remaining hostages believed to still be alive. Thousands also protesting in Tel Aviv, calling for a deal to secure the release of the remaining hostages. And then, in response to calls for the hostages to be better cared for, you had Hamas saying yesterday that it was prepared to coordinate with the Red Cross to deliver aid to hostages. But only if Israel permanently opened humanitarian corridors and halted airstrikes during the distribution of aid. You know, one of the key things with all of this is that the group seemingly was trying to use this to draw more attention to the whole dire situation in Gaza. I mean, even in one of the hostage videos, it actually said, they eat what we eat and drink what we drink, and mixing in images of what appear to be starving babies and children in Gaza. Because to be clear, as we've covered on the show, children are dying of starvation in Gaza. And, I mean, you have the world's leading body on hunger, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, or IPC, saying last week that the worst case scenario of famine was already unfolding. Or with that flying in the face of Netanyahu claiming that there was no starvation in Gaza at all. And that is, you've got countless experts saying, in reality, it's his government's policies that have created the situation. With everything only getting worse since the U.S. and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation took over most aid distribution in Gaza. Where the groups only operated 4 distribution sites, mostly in southern Gaza, whereas earlier in the war, hundreds of aid distribution points were active under the UN-led system. And that's without mentioning that hundreds of Palestinians have been killed near these sites trying to access aid, including at least a few dozen over the weekend. Now that said, the UN and other aid groups, they've still been delivering some aid since the HGD launches operations, bringing supplies by trucks to both northern and southern Gaza. Notably, most of the trucks have failed to reach their destinations, with hungry people intercepting them often minutes after they enter the territory and grabbing whatever aid they can. Also with this, some have jumped on statistics showing this to argue that Israel was right all along and saying that aid's being looted. But to be clear, Israeli military officials have themselves said that the military has found no evidence that Hamas systematically stole aid from the UN. And internal U.S. government analysis similarly found no such evidence. And so it appears that the situation is just so bad now and that the aid is so little that you have desperate people doing what they can to get anything. But then with all that, while we're seeing Israel and Hamas really not budging,
Well,
on
you
anything, much
suck
of
dick,
the rest of the
developer.
world, they at least seem to be trying to do some hard thinking. Right, and so last week you had France announcing that it would formally recognize a Palestinian state.
You just didn't throw the parachute out, huh? Just didn't do it?
New ceasefire
I
deal.
pressed the
Several other
space
countries
bar.
have indicated that they might just do
Fuck's
the
your
same. In
problem.
fact, dozens took part in a conference at the UN, signing a declaration supporting the idea of Palestinian statehood and urging Israel to commit to a two-state solution. And very notably there, you had the 22 members of the Arab League among those signing the declaration, calling for Hamas to lay down its weapons, release all hostages, and end its rule of the Gaza Strip. And having the world's Arab nations join in on that That's unprecedented. But of course, it remains to be seen whether all this talk turns into any action or
No
actually gets any
parachute, huh?
results,
Just no
especially
parachute
since
at all.
It will be hard without the United States on board, which very much appears to not be. I mean, the Trump administration, along with the Israeli government, boycotted the conference. And Netanyahu, he's repeatedly rejected the idea of a two-state solution. Right? I mean, you have members of his government not even trying to hide their view that Israel should just take over the Palestinian territory. I mean, just this weekend, you had the country's national security minister sparking outrage by praying at the most contested holy site in Jerusalem, which is now home to a
Do
mosque.
it, don't
Saying
do
in
it,
the video
shit or
that
get
Israel
off the
shared by
pod.
his
I'm
office,
fucking
it's
done
important
with you
to convey from this
talking.
place that we should immediately conquer Gaza, exercise our sovereignty there, and eliminate
Disgusting.
every last Hamas member. And on top of that, you have Netanyahu
Fucking
doing everything he
right-wing
can to consolidate
genocidal
power at home, with his
cocksucker.
government even voting today to get rid of the attorney general, who, hey, just so happens to be the chief prosecutor in Netanyahu's ongoing corruption case. And while we wait to see what happens with that, I mean, what we do know is that what's happening there, it is shaping politics in the United States as well. Where this new Gallup poll that got released, it found that support for Israel's military action in Gaza, it is at a new low, especially among Democrats, whose support has now dropped to just 8%. And while not showcased 1-to-1, I mean, we're seeing politicians shift as well. And just last week, we had a record number of Senate Democrats supporting a resolution to block new arms sales to Israel. And in fact, even staunchly pro-Israel Democrats, they're criticizing the Israeli government. With even Richie Torres, for example, saying all parties, including the U.S. and Israel, have a moral obligation to do everything in our power to ease the hardship and hunger that's taken hold in the Gaza Strip. And saying, I feel it's possible to be an unapologetic Zionist while at the same time recognizing there's a crisis in Gaza and recognizing the war has poorly defined strategic objectives. But a lot's still playing out, and a lot that we're gonna have to talk about again soon. And then next up in the news, we gotta talk about the chaos that's unfolded since the Friday jobs numbers. Because Trump, he fired the official who told him that the job market wasn't doing well, and he says now that he wants his own people telling him how it's doing. Because if you didn't see, the Friday jobs report, it showed that just 73,000 jobs were added last month, and that 258,000 fewer jobs were created in May and June than previously estimated. And so in general, those numbers suggest the economy has weakened during Trump's time in office. And that's also in line with other key economic indicators, including a slowdown in economic growth during the first half of the year, as well as an increase in inflation that seems to be driven at least in part by the tariffs. But Trump, he says the economy is actually doing better than ever, and obviously these numbers, they must be fake. This is something that he claimed in his post, where he called for the official, the director of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, to be fired. Or with him also claiming that this official, a Biden appointee, faked the jobs numbers before the election to try and boost Kamala's chances of victory. Saying in another post, in my opinion, today's jobs numbers were rigged in order to make the Republicans and me look bad. A total scam. And he's actually continued posting about it up until today, referring again to Friday's revision, as well as the revision around the time
Me
of the
and
last
the
election,
Republicans.
saying those big adjustments were made to cover up and level out the fake political numbers that were concocted in order to make a great Republican success look less stellar. But of course, they weren't made up when they were good. In June, when it was initially reported that the economy added 139,000 jobs, he posted great job numbers, stock market up big. You know, while looking into it, while the firing here is new, the him calling stuff out like this, that is not. He's actually often attacked the jobs numbers as they showed the unemployment rate going down under Obama, only to immediately switch to praising the data once he was in office and job growth continued. With all that said, right, this latest revision, it is especially big, and if you're wondering why, well, for one, it may be explained by Trump's economic policies being especially erratic. But two, like the revision with these numbers, that's actually extremely normal. In fact, every monthly jobs report includes revisions to the prior 2 months' figures. And those revisions, they happen as the government receives more responses from businesses to its survey, which is used to provide a more complete picture of employment trends each month. And what we've seen is in the past decade, companies have taken longer and longer to respond, which may have contributed to larger monthly revisions. Which is why with that, you had a group that includes 2 former BLS commissioners, including one who was appointed by Trump to the position, condemning the firing, saying in a statement, the rationale for firing the commissioner is without merit and undermines the credibility of federal economic statistics that are a cornerstone of intelligent economic decision-making by businesses, families, and policymakers. We also had a former Treasury Secretary saying there is no conceivable way that the head of the BLS could have manipulated this number, and saying this is the stuff of democracies giving way to authoritarianism. And yeah, just to throw my opinion in there, I don't know what else you call it. I think it's putting it lightly to say that he has a tendency to try to suppress facts and push his own alternate reality. And when you're looking around now, or you're looking back in history, that is a staple of authoritarian leadership. And with Trump, I mean, when an intelligence report contradicted his views, he fired the analyst. When experts said that his tax and spending bill would increase the deficit, he made up his own math. And beyond that, he's wielded the power of the White House to try to remake the global trade system and control media companies, universities, and Congress's constitutional power of the purse. And just like all these individual stories, this one, it's part of a much bigger story that's happening here. And that, my friend, is where today's show is gonna end. And well, of course, I'll see you right back here tomorrow with a brand new Philip DeFranco show. If you missed it over the weekend because it's new, I got 2 brand new videos for you. One where I handed the wheel over to you to answer your questions and dive into news that you wanted. 2, I put out a brand new episode of In Good Faith with Philip DeFranco, and I had Brian Tyler Cohen on. It's a great watch right here on YouTube. Links to those in the description description. But hey, stay safe out there, stay sane out there, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So Grounded 2 released into early access last week. I've been playing for the past few days, and after about 25 hours, I've pretty much wrapped up checking out all of the currently available content in this initial iteration of the game. And here today, what I want to do is basically give you my, I guess we'll call it an early review of this work in progress title. Like, how was the game as it sits today? You know, just up front, I'll say it's not perfect. There are definitely quite a few issues which we'll cover, but overall, I've certainly enjoyed it. Like, I had a fun time in what is a fairly limited amount of time for the survival genre anyways, but it's a very good baseline, it's a good foundation. It needs to get some things addressed, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing where it goes from here. All right, now let's go ahead and just jump right into all of the details, starting off with an explanation of the game itself, the setting, the premise, and its world. Now, like the original, Grounded 2 has you playing as one of 4 kids who, thanks to some science experiments, are now shrunk down to bug size, attempting to survive what is a fairly hostile environment. Although this time around, instead of being in a backyard, you find yourself in a massive public city park. So the park is broken into different zones, named sections, and each of these represent what are essentially the biomes of the game, with their associated plants, grasses, and other theming elements that you might expect. So to the far northwestern part of the map is Pine Hill. This has got pine trees and needles and cones all over the ground, giving this sort of like dense woodland forest vibe, almost like the Pacific Northwest. And then to the southwest, you've got this massive maple tree at the park's entrance with its fallen leaves and acorns, creating this very autumn and or fall inspired biome. Or to the southeast is a knocked over ice cream truck, and as such,
Yeah,
with
I
ice
don't
and
care about this game. It's a kid's game. I played every Doom video game and it broke me. Yeah, I'm sure. Have we loaded? No, you're still loading. Yes,
Is not the beanie the best hat, the most normal looking hats that are on the screen right now? Look at the Pope's hat. What is normal? There shouldn't be any price that
He's
you
wearing a
wouldn't pay
beanie
to help me carry this burden. So that's the.
I wonder
that's the thing.
sometimes, you know, I wonder sometimes if people have hat psychosis, because I see sometimes that they just won't stop wearing a certain type of hat. And you're like, oh, that hat doesn't make you look too good. You look like some kind of hood. You look like some hood out of the hood. And I would think this guy's got it. He's got hat psychosis. I wondered about this sometimes throughout my life. I'm like, I think that dude I know has hat psychosis. I've never seen him ever not wear a hat. And it's always the same hat. And he think that the hat's part of his identity. I knew a guy, he wore a beanie for fucking, I don't know, 9 years. It was like 9 years, I think, before he quit. I'm sorry, I just couldn't do that. I couldn't wake up and don the beanie again. I was just not that fucking formulaic or whatever. I don't know what you call it. Nor Jasmine. Thank you for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Hi guys. Today I want to talk about the Mahdi. Someone left me a comment about this. I'll see if I can find it. I remember reading the comment and then opening up a page in Google, typing it in, and being like, whoa, I'm gonna make a video about this. And here we are. This guy started out infiltrating cults and making documentaries about them. And then he started his own cult, and the allegations are very serious. And it's also very weird.
What are they talking about? They should say nothing in regards to allegations of sexual scandals. This is totally normal.
To really understand the story, we have to go
fire.
all the way back to the 80s, 1983 to be exact, because that's when the future Mahdi cult leader baby was born. His name was Abdullah Hashim, and his father was Egyptian and his mom was American. He grew up in Indiana and went to high school there, and he would then meet his friend who would become his business partner, really, and this is a guy called Joseph McGowan. When both of them were in high school, they were known for like wanting to be famous. They did a lot of comedy stuff. According to their former teacher, this is what she had to say, quote, about the future Mehdi. He was very funny and charismatic, a natural-born leader. People followed him. His creative ability at the time stuck out to me. Everyone knew him, and he would always stand up for the underdog. She said she even had a memory where he defended a girl with special needs because she was being made fun of by another student. And she said that he was a prankster, very smart, despite middling grades. Quote, if you had called and told me he was the head of a big film company, I would have believed that. But Hashim being a cult leader surprises me. Anything can happen in 20 years, I guess, but there's no connection between the Abdullah I knew and this person you're talking about. The assistant principal, when he was at school, said that he's one that will go out of his way to pester or pass a project on to someone else. Damn. Now it's 2001. They both graduate from high school, and they start their careers as filmmakers. They both actually produced the senior graduating classes like video that they did. Everyone was like, okay, they're gonna be filmmakers, it's gonna be amazing. And it was for a while. This is how it all went down. So it's 2005, they're both in college studying filmmaking, and they decide to infiltrate their first cult. And you may have heard of this cult. They're called Realism or Ryle. They're a French UFO cult that was going around in the 70s. I think that's when it started. So they make the documentary. It's called Little Claudie, because the cult leader's name is Claude or Claudie. And the way that they infiltrated is they were like, we're just students like working on a project. Can we please film to understand what's going on? And then they end up making this documentary, which was not good for the cult that they were infiltrating. Like, they made them look like a cult. They infiltrated 2005. Documentary came out in 2006, and in 2007, the cult sued them for $1 million. According to the Realism cult, they said that they signed an agreement with these students saying that they could only use the footage with their permission, which they did not. They also said that the two filmmakers, quote, blackmailed them by demanding Ryle step down, admit his lies, return all the donations, or they would release the film. The thing is, the lawsuit actually helped promote the movie because it created all this buzz, and they were like, okay, what's the next cult we're gonna infiltrate? And they decided to go to Vegas and infiltrate a Black Israelite UFO cult. Let me tell you what happened here, because there's like video footage of this shit. It's actually wild. The leader of the Black Israelite cult called himself Master Salvation Teacher, which honestly, I'm sorry, that is the best like cult leader title I've ever heard. And I've done a lot, but Master Salvation Teacher, there's just, it's got a little zinga, a little zuzu, little ba ba ba. Also, he told his followers that he could summon UFOs. Some way, somehow, this made it to the local news. When they did this segment, they thought that he was going to try to summon the UFO and nothing would happen and it would be this funny segment. But tell me why. He did the summoning and some object appeared in the sky. Even the guy doing the newscaster guy was like, kind of like, what's happening?
All right, guys, just listen up here. This guy says the Old Testament, written in Hebrew, taught him how to summon UFOs. We met up with Prophet Yahweh. We picked the day, we picked the time, and we picked the location. Everyone's going to think you're absolutely nuts. Well, I thought I was absolutely nuts. Until he says he saw UFOs. Over the years, 1,500 of them. If we make it 1,501 today, what do you think? I'll try it. He says the voice in his head told him to go public now. When the prophet started praying for a sighting, I wasn't exactly convinced. Now, pray, oh Yahweh, that you send a sighting so that they know that I am not mentally ill. I am not a false prophet.
You are, though. You are mentally ill and a false prophet. That's exactly what you are. Projection.
June Parker is so much fun. She's an amateur detective, just like me, and she's nosy, also just like me. And this game is very aesthetic and glamorous, set in the 1920s. You can get into the vibe. What I like about this game is it's a hidden objects game, which I love with like my attention to detail and the way they design the different scenes. And then you find these clues and it helps you progress. And then also, I love the decorating aspect. Like, I just did my garden. I put these little beagles that I got in there with my little chairs in the garden. It's very cute. I like it very much. I like my house, and then the little walk to the mailbox and all that. I love to play this game as a distraction, because if there's one thing I don't like, it's the sound of my thoughts. So I play this game. It gets me so immersed. If you want to vibe out, okay, you can download this game on any app store, Android, iPhone. You can also play it on PC. You could click the link in the description, or you could click on this QR code that I have provided for you here on the screen that you can click-clack. Enjoy the game. See you later. Bye.
I think something straight up. Oh, brother, look at it. There it is. You can barely see it, a white speck. Then another sighting.
I got it.
Photojournalist Jonathan Hawkins locks in on it. Let's take a closer look here. It's an orange sphere that appeared out of nowhere. I call the boss with an unexpected change in my story. I can see it clear as day. In fact, it's bright. It's moving pretty fast. It's gone to Nellis Air Force Base. It wants to be seen. Toward us now, I think. What? It's coming up toward us. Whoa, man! Oh, hallelujah! Then, a few seconds later, it disappeared. It's going back up in space. Prophet Yahweh isn't concerned. He says it'll be back.
So during this time when they're doing these documentaries and dealing with the lawsuit, like, they were talking to media about what they did and why they don't think it was wrong. So I want to read you what they said at the time. They said that they were working to slay these dragons and debunk false prophets. Joseph McGowan said, I want this out there so parents can see what's going on and protect their kids. They said, we don't want their money, we want them done. We want to keep kids from being sucked in by this. I want this out there so parents can see what's going on and protect their kids. We are like CIA agents for God. We're on the front lines, and we have to do what's necessary to expose these frauds. It's also around this time, around 2007, where their documentary filmmaking starts to become very conspiratorial. Like, we're talking, reptilians. He does this documentary called The Arrivals, and he said it was to bring about the New World Order, and it was about exposing celebrities as being part of the Illuminati. In 2008, he ends up in Egypt, specifically Dokki, Egypt, which is not far from Cairo. When he goes to Egypt, he joins this guy who is a cult leader there, who's actually from Iraq, who started his cult around 2003 during the war. His name is Ahmed al-Hassan. He was kind of trying to say he was the new Messiah, the Mahdi, who's basically someone who's supposed to come during the end times. This is a rough simplification. And basically a symbol of the end times, and that people should follow him, and he's kind of a messenger from God, blah, blah, blah. He claimed he was that. His group was called the White Banners of the East. And not only did the future Mahdi join him, but his filmmaker friend from high school, Joseph, joined as well. So they're in Egypt now, in this cult. And we don't know if they're in here legitimately, joining them, believing them, or if they're just doing what they usually do, which is infiltrate them. Legal issues that he was having with the lawsuits and stuff. He also said, quote, I learned the FBI raided the house of my former web admin living in the States and seized all the computers and materials relating to my old site. I was informed that they were questioning her about me and about the sudden surge of anti-government Illuminati videos. And the FBI asked if I was a sheikh and questioned my whereabouts. He's like, the FBI is on my tail. I got this lawsuit going on. I've joined this cult in Egypt. What should my next move be? I'm gonna start my own cult. Duh. Not only is he gonna start his own cult, he's gonna take a bunch of the followers from the other guy with him. And he's gonna call his one the Black Banners of the East. But he's not really fully breaking away. It's almost like an offshoot of this one. So now he's in charge of the Black Banners of the East, and he declares himself the Mahdi. Okay? He's like, it's me. It's always been me. It's always gonna be me. He claimed that he is a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad.
I am the son of Al-Hussein and the rightful heir to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi. Here is his will, which he dictated on his deathbed. Give yourselves to God Give yourselves to the family of Muhammad. He will deliver you. It is only a man from the family of Muhammad who can bring peace to the Middle East. Whoever accepts, accepts, and whoever doesn't, doesn't.
Because of that, he's got this special, blood. Also around this time, there seems to be a falling out. The besties were beefing, and that's Joseph and Abdullah. They were fighting. Why? Because we don't know. I really don't know, but he did speak out, Joseph, and he said, Abdullah has a God complex. And he added, he kept me down and used many mental and emotional tactics to make me come back to him whenever I tried to get away. So they go their separate ways, but not for long. Now it's circa 2012, and basically from here until the end of the video, it's all gonna be crazy shit. All of it. This is where a new person comes into the scene, and this is very important because this person, she is missing. People think she was murdered at the direction, allegedly, of the Mahdi. And so it's 2012. The Mahdi's married, and he has 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys. His brother is also married to a woman. She is German, and her name is Lisa Weiss. She's the one that's going to go missing. So Lisa lived with all of them when they were in the early days of the beginnings of this, Black Banners of the East. And she stayed with them for a long time. At this point, there's like 30-ish of them, and they all live like in the same apartment building in Egypt. Now he decides, okay, I'm rebranding, I'm moving, and I'm going big time. So instead of the Black Banners of the East, they're now known as the Ahmadi Religion of Peace and Light, or Aropal, or Aropal, AROPL for short. They also then moved to Germany at this time. In the beginning, it was very mild, nothing crazy, like just arranged marriages, coercion, control, sleep deprivation, give me all your money, sell all your belongings. Nothing super crazy if you know about cults. But then it got weird, very weird.
Abu Sadiq, there are these individuals who have appeared online. They've been making allegations against yourself and against this cult.
All of the holy figures that exist in these religions are surrounded with scandals. Prophet Lot is sleeping with his 2 daughters in the Torah. Abraham seemingly is giving his wife to Pharaoh in exchange for riches and things of this sort. Sexual scandals in general, they have always been associated with the prophets and the messengers. I mean, my goodness gracious, David looking out the window, he finds a woman that's bathing, she's beautiful, he wants her, she's married, he takes her anyway, brings her to the castle, he impregnates her, he ends up basically killing the loyal soldier who was her husband, and he ends up taking her as a wife, and she ends up becoming actually the mother of another vicegerent of God, and that is King Solomon.
First of all, what do these people even believe in? What is this cult about? Well, now that they've rebranded, it's like Islam 2.0. How is it 2.0? Well, they say, first of all, we are interpreting it the correct way. The traditional interpretation of Islam, it's all wrong. So LGBTQ, they're cool with that.
I think that LGBTQ people have been oppressed, and I think that it is horrible. It's something which is absolutely deplorable and disgusting, and it makes me sick to my stomach. This young man from New York has a TikTok account. He's doing these motions, and he's writing on there things that basically he's openly gay. This individual had reached out, and he asked the outreach team, what is our stance on homosexuality?
Nice. Some of these are really
After you
good.
clarified our stance to him, he ends up pledging allegiance immediately to the call. He comes from no Muslim background. Like, we actively want them to come. And I hope that this is one of those things that we become known for.
You don't have to cover your hair. You can drink. Sex is all good before marriage, after marriage, during marriage, with your person you're married to, without the whatever. As long as he tells you do something sex related, it's okay. It's not a problem. It's halal. Everything seemed fine until it got culty, because it started with him doing these extreme loyalty tests. And it starts with just a blood oath that you have to put your blood in this communal, what do they call it? Covenant of the Ark is what he called it. And it's just like this vessel where everyone mixes all their blood together when they take their oath. It's like your initiation into the group. Then you have to do an extreme loyalty test where it could be performing gay sex as a straight man in front of the entire group to prove your loyalty and devotion to the Mahdi. It could be a married couple that both have to do sexual things with the Mahdi in front of everyone. This is alleged by former members, allegedly. So this person goes by Mylan, which is an alias, and it says he lived with Hashim and his community in Germany for 4 years. According to him, Hashim required a married woman to perform oral sex on him to be forgiven for sexual thoughts he said she had about other members. He alleges Hashim required members to perform sexual acts in front of other members as well. Another former follower alleges that Hashim made him perform sexual acts with another man within the group. Hashim claims in his book, Goal of the Wise, that paradise refers to earth and that there is no right or wrong. He writes that within this paradise, boys are also for sex for both men and women. So while this is going on in Germany, there are complaints now coming out. Men are leaving the group and they're like, what the hell happened? They're going to police and they're filing a complaint. There's another former member named Frank who has a blog where he talks all about the things that he experienced, and what he has to say is pretty messed up. He said that when a brother and his wife decided to leave the community because Abdullah sexually abused her several times and other sisters, I was one of the first to be aware of why they were leaving. Then he told her that if she reveals this to anyone, she will lose her soul, her daughter will kill herself by falling and breaking her neck, and her husband will die, but she will stay alive. That's another part, is this idea that he had these like magical powers, what they would call miracles. The miracles of the Mahdi. This is what his followers claim they witnessed. One says, I saw him resurrect my wife from the dead. Some members claimed that he healed their terminal cancer. A lot of these members were sick and they would show up and he would claim to do miracles and then they would get better. But then there was actually the ex-wife of that Joseph guy, she spoke out recently and she said, actually, they were being sent to the doctor to get traditional medical treatment, and then they got better because of that, but he took credit for it in front of everyone else, and then the person was like, yes, he cured me by just taking me to the doctor. What a miracle. Also, he makes the moon disappear. Someone said, I saw him turn leaves into living animals. This person says, he sees a cloud of smoke. He says this is a jinn or angels. If we see a satellite moving at night in the sky, he says it is a star that he moved himself. So in addition to calling him the Mahdi, they also really always call him Master. Do you know that story I think it's like in all the Abrahamic religions, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the story of like God asking Abraham to sacrifice his son, and then Abraham was like gonna do it, and then the last minute God's like, no, okay, I was just testing you. Now that I know you're gonna kill your son for me, here's a lamb, you can sacrifice it, and then that's like the story. Well, apparently he asked that of his followers, like, kill your son for me, just like God told Abraham, and that they were willing to do it. Let me read you the quote. It said, based on former members' allegations, initiation rites involve extreme loyalty tests, such as jumping off cliffs or even killing a firstborn child, paralleling the biblical story of Abraham. However, it is unclear if these acts have actually been carried out. But that guy, Mylan, who I told you about, he said, quote, Abdullah told me to put my arm in a cutting machine. He told another member to jump from a third-story building and someone else to jump into the fire. Additionally, he would take these members who were not drinking or doing drugs because they thought it was a sin, and he's teaching them that it's not a sin, but they still don't want to do it even though they believe like his other teachings, but he would force them to go to strip clubs and drink, and then he would film them doing that, knowing that they already like have shame with that and think that that's wrong. So it's almost like to blackmail and control them. He would do that a lot. But again, it's all extreme loyalty tests to show your faith and devotion to the Lord. You know how it goes. When this guy was like telling him that, I feel really messed up about this I don't want to drink in the strip club and it's wrong. And then he's like, no, it's not wrong. This is how you heal yourself. You have to go to a prostitute and everything's going to be okay. And I'll film it. It's just chill. And here is where we get to the point where there are allegations of murder. A former member said that he was asked by the Mahdi to kill someone. And the person he wanted dead was someone who had an affair with the wife of one of his followers. There's a group chat where the Mahdi says in the text, I'll show you a way to kill him with no one knowing about it. And then they refused apparently, and then he said to them, you have no faith. The same person adds, quote, he sent his believers in Turkey to use knives, to kill an Iraqi guy who had left and was making videos exposing Hashim. In a screenshot of the group chat, Hashim tells the husband, or you will kill her, referring to the man's own wife, who that guy had an affair with. Hashim is grilling him on what sexual activities his wife partook in. The husband responds using the term master for Hashim, which is common for his followers. That guy Frank, who has the blog, he also talked about this murder thing, and he said, quote, that one day while I was in Abdullah Hashim's office with brother Mark, he first asked Mark, if I asked you to kill Frank by planting a knife in his throat, would you do it? Then he asked me, if I order you to plant a knife in Mark's throat, would you do it? I said, I don't know. So he replied, this is not a good answer. There's something about this that almost makes me wonder if this is just like the craziest social experiment ever. Because it's like he learned all the things about a cult and then he did them to the extreme. So like, for example, the sexual stuff. He would basically reinterpret things that were in the holy books that people who followed him, believed in, because it wasn't just former Muslims that joined him, although that was a big chunk of people, but it was also other religions, like former Christians.
There's like an alien out there.
Re-explain things and stories that were in the books of these Abrahamic religions, but in a totally kinky sexual way. Like, for example, he claimed that the original Eucharist involved Jesus performing graphic sexual acts with his disciples. He claimed that Adam's expulsion from Eden was because of an erotic cause, a hidden erotic cause. He also encouraged the use of psychedelics and things like that so that they could visualize angels and demons and connect with the different things. Shit is weird, and it's about to get weirder because now we get into the conspiracy theory element. He wrote this book, which is basically like his holy book, and it's called The Goal of the Wise. It's considered their sacred text of their religion that he wrote, with divine information. And this is the divine information. These are facts according to him. George Washington is actually Adam Weishaupt, who's the founder of the Illuminati. George W. Bush is the grandson of occult author Aleister Crowley. He says that before Jesus got crucified, he swapped souls with Simon of Cyrene. And the body of Jesus was crucified, but it was Simon's soul that suffered through it. In the Islamic teachings, the Mahdi comes as like a sign of the end times. So of course you've got end times and cults. It's like this, man. It's like this. So these are some of the signs of the end times according to the Mahdi. Sharks and insects will start to consume humans. Ancient viruses will emerge from thawing permafrost. There will be waves and waves of cannibalism. Floods and floods of blood.
Mere hours or days away from a full flood. It's not a flood of water. It is a flood of blood.
When I added like a
airstrikes by F-35s and B-2 bombers. Another thing that he's very good at is promoting himself, right? Remember, he's a filmmaker and he had documentaries and he had movies and stuff. So there was one movie he made, I forget, that even was in the theaters for a while. So I think it was called Apache Tears in his early days. So he tells them these prophecies and predictions and stuff. And keep in mind, they all live together. Like there's like 200 of them together in a compound. And they all are told to sell all their possessions as usual and belongings and give it to him. and he will take care of them. They can live with him, and he'll like protect them and usher them through the end times. So they're selling all this shit because they think it's the end times. Anyway, they don't need their shit when the sharks and the insects are trying to eat them. It's a whole different world, man. You don't understand. So
365,000. I'm winning.
You know, I'll sell it. I'll give you the money. This guy gives.
I want to get the penthouse because I think you make even more money.
Like,
I'm gonna start saving
time
the chips now.
The Mahdi told him that he was a reincarnation of Zeus. And so he was like,
I think they made fun of this in, or well,
okay, you can
no.
have $200,000.
This was
If you
after
believe that I am the Qa'im of the family of Muhammad, if you truly believe that.
This is so dumb. It's like he watched a Batman the Animated Series episode and he let it go to his head. There's only like one episode of Batman the Animated Series that addresses cults, but it's a good one. It's this crazy rich dude. This crazy rich dude, he like builds an Olympus at the top of a fucking crazy skyscraper that eventually he just like takes into the sky with like an airship, and he lives up there in the airship and stuff, and he gets this crazy like the Batman gets onto him because he steals this crazy thunder fucking device that the army builds that can shoot lightning like a Tesla cannon, and he wants this so he can smite mortals, and then he begins to start smiting mortals and shit like this, like he's actually Zeus, but he's just some piece of shit Elon Musk at the top of New York City. And he has like this crazy airship, so Batman kicks his ass and throws his ass off of Olympus, which is like some crappy executive courthouse penthouse, you know? Sorry, not courthouse, but some crappy executive penthouse at the top of a fucking skyscraper. And a Batman kicks his ass all the way back down to the bottom of the building, and it's this whole like kind of like hilarious thing about like hubris basically. And it's just some dumb rich white man. It's so dumb, and I love that episode. I forget the name of it, but it's probably like Zeus, probably, but yeah, or something to do with Zeus. Zeus or fall from Olympus or something like that. I don't know what they named the episode, but so good. And like that, and so this guy saw that episode and he patterned himself off of that. He patterned himself off of a goddamn cartoon because he is a cartoon character. I even know the cultural reference. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people probably think that they're Zeus. But I mean, like, I don't know. This guy, I think he took it seriously. And I think that's, I swear to God, it's from a television episode. As said as it is. I'm at 414. I can't lose. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Oh, good. So it's not raining anymore, which is good. I didn't really like the rain for visibility for fighting. I wish I could get a sunny day. I think it is kind of sunny. Let's go out there now. Yeah, I slept, and yeah, we're all set to do this. I suppose I'm supposed to be scanning everything and doing everything, but I really just don't care. I don't care about that gameplay, honestly. Wait, I told you to exit ship. You didn't do it? Exit ship, damn it. A tethered end at 27 to 1. A tethered end. I've never heard of them. Old Skag, Mud Dragon, Tenpenny. Usually I bet on Mud Dragon, but Tenpenny might win. It's a higher payout. I don't think it'll beat Mud Dragon, no. There's a good little metagame here where if you memorize the horses, you can kind of calculate odds in your head of what the winner is going to be. If you've seen enough of the races, you're like, oh, I know what's winning and what isn't. And that eventually does help you start to make more money doing this.
Often spoke of this place, particularly the smell. Now I understand why. Destroy them!
You destroy him. I'm already shooting. Man, that thing's chonky. You are chonky, but you paid. You paid like the wildlife has gotten better. Maybe I can add monsters or enemies. I think I kind of want to back out here for just a minute and type in enemy under achievement free Or I guess, yeah, achievement-free enemy, right? Like, or verified. I'm going to go look for verify real quick. I'm going to go to the mod menu. Yeah, because once you load all the mods, once you've downloaded all the mods, you can go in and out at will really fast. Yellow Sunshine one. I'm not used to yellow when in that. Try Los Santos Savior again.
Then there shouldn't be.
You look so cheesy. You and your fucking idiots all look so cheesy. You look like fucking dumb bros from the hood. And you made your entire cult look like that. You're so fucking dumb and cheesy. You dumb, cheesy white man.
Price that you wouldn't pay to help me.
I mean, there's so many dumb words in other languages for people like this.
Carry this burden. And Jesus said it. So
fucking gringo.
That's the thing.
As part of
what's with the fire?
This burden. And Jesus said it. So
there's like a fire going. Why fire? Why is that fire so big? Los Santos Saver for 60K. Hey, not bad, not bad. I should cut it out. I should cut in half. But no, I'm gonna save up to buy the penthouse. Right? I got enough chips to buy the penthouse. Maybe if you bank money, it pays you more. I don't know. Let's try Hell for Weather, I think. Okay, we're in here looking at anything featured. Old Secrets, Railgun Bundle, Everbright, Beyond the Veil, Oh, Beyond the Veil. Veil and Beyond the Veil, which is $10. But yeah, I bought Forgotten Frontiers 1 and 2. California Font Kit might be pretty good, actually. I could do the Skycatlive thing. I'm going to buy that next month. But yeah, and I'll probably buy the Dreamlands one. I think the Dreamlands one is probably really good, too. Anything that expands the content of the game to make it like easier to stay around. Fleet Commander. I have the fleet management terminal. It's just it's like given to me through the high mount mod or whatever it is. What other stuff does this author do? Companion shared carry capacity, but that's a cheat. Droppable credits, Fleet Commander, Heat Leech Infestations. This is achievement friendly. No, I don't want Heat Leech Infestation. Non-lethal framework. Handcuffs. You can restrain multiple NPCs at a time with a handcuff EM weapon and then handcuff them. Cool, you can just make handcuffs for all those bounty missions and stuff. Yeah, it's probably better. I might buy that. Shopping list. Oh, cool. You just tell it to buy things. Nice. Yeah, that is cool. I want you to buy all the aluminum that I get. Simple immersive looting. What does that mean? Oh, but it's a cheat. Oh, here we go. This one just lets you strip their clothes, and you can sell their clothes. So if they have a suit, you can strip it, and this is a good mod. I wish I had this mod right now, honestly, but yeah, I just don't have any more money. I spent too much money this month. I really did. I spent too much money this month. It's fucking stupid. I feel like I should just keep drinking wine. Because who cares? I didn't spend a lot of money on wine. I spent like $10, or I think it was like 14 something. Trackers Alliance mission board fix. I don't know why not. Yeah, I'm just going to crack another bottle of wine. I'll be right back, guys. I feel like being actually drunk, you know? I'll be right back. Pizza dinner was really good. Okay, let's put this thing. Okay, I came here to look for something, but I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, enemy. I want to look for anything achievement-friendly enemy. Social skills extended. Diplomacy. Starfield Crime, Trackers Alliance mission, board fix. Useful infirmaries. Oh, here we go. I want this one, and it's achievement friendly. I want this one really bad, but I don't have any money. So annoying. So annoying. So I think I spent $40 today or something like that, and I'm like out of money. Yay, I can actually use my goddamn ship doctor. Yeah, I'm going to definitely get that next month. I like the mods because I like waiting for the mods because they give you a reason to play the game and look forward to logging in and stuff. Variable ship repair cost. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I might buy that one. I'm in here looking for enemy. I'm looking for enemy. Anything enemy, right? And I wanna sort by. Oh no, I guess that's a minimum level. Royal leveled enemies. Mech enemies, ATST enemies, no legendary enemies, better boarding encounters. When docking to hostile enemy ships, there's a chance for enemy crew may decide to board your ship. Cool, yeah, that's cool. Is it yeah, but it's a cheat. Vanilla plus balanced difficulty and AI patch, nope. Bedlam Dungeon Randomizer. We got that one. That's a good one. Yeah, HBI Breakable. Gorefield, the Starfield Gore Framework. We need definitely need an achievement free one of that one. Pilgrimage, a skill overhaul. Waylayer, what's that? Oh, it's full. Oh, but it's. Oh, it is achievement friendly. Waylayer, a so-called collection mod. With Waylayer, the space in between the point of interest turns from boring ground to cover to a full-blown part of your adventure. It's fully custom scripted open field random encounter system provides adventures in between the POI. 27 different enemy types that can appear in up to 3 groups, each with up to 7 members at the same time from varying directions and at varying distances. Scaling around your level, but with very dangerous spikes or some cannon fodder in between. Sometimes it's better to run and not look back. You might find 3-way battles between, for example, Varun, Starborn, and Terramorphs, or just Peaceful Vanguard. I wish I had this one, and it is achievement friendly. We're gonna buy that one. Oh look, oh man, I wish I had more money. Dynamic system levels, XP for EM knockouts, Ascension gameplay overhaul. It's no good. Anything enemy, minimum level system, Inquisitor vehicles expanded, Dark Star, which I don't think is oh, it is achievement friendly. Yeah, take a game a little level if you know with a greater chance of free rewards for your experts, free mods combined, Dark Star, Astromanics, Manufacturing, and Boost Fixer. Oh, Boost Fixer, huh? I wonder what Boost Fixer is. Advanced enemy scaling, enhanced spacesuit hide, legendary codex extraction, Dark Star outpost halves, new ship weapons. I should have bought this one, but it's $10. I'll probably buy Dark Star next month, yeah. Improved system, level encounters, but it's not. It's a cheat. What is health? Okay, so you can always recover like 33% of your health or something. That's actually kind of cool. I might buy that one. Focus combat overhaul, but it's a cheat. Cool new skills. Grind Terra UI, Grind Terra. Oops. Sentinel, gear progression, SSEO, better backgrounds, achievement friendly. PC stagger. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff, but I didn't see what I wanted, like, you know, any enemy spawners at all. Oops. Blue Dream 1. Back out to my save, please. Yes, and then we will bet. 444, I'm fucking up. It's paying me out. This triggered Durbin, getting haughty. I think it's a trap.
That's the thing.
As part of this loyalty thing, he would have them do this Pledge of Allegiance, where the followers would have to film themselves reciting this pledge, and then they would have to post it online and share it and stuff, which would promote the following, you know what I mean? So it was like part of their pledge was to kind of do some PR for him, and the pledges were weird.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
This is my pledge allegiance to the Mahdi.
I pledge allegiance to the cult leader. I hope he doesn't have sex with all my children.
Upon this I shall live, upon this I shall die, and upon this I shall be resurrected again.
And if I tell anybody,
and upon this I shall die, and upon this I should be resurrected again. Inshallah.
Upon this I shall live, upon this I shall die, and upon this I shall be resurrected again.
Another aspect of his teachings is a lot about aliens. One of them is that there are human-sized rabbits that live on other planets that keep humans as pets. So this is what he said, quote, this is a quote from the Mahdi himself. He said, "There is an intelligent species on that planet, but they resemble rabbits on our planet. Rabbits that wear clothes, speak, have a language, have a culture, have a civilization, have homes, have jobs, and their pets are the humans." He also believes that there are aliens on planet Earth that are having babies with humans, and that there's like a whole group of half human, half alien people that are going around. And that a lot of the unsolved murders and like missing persons cases are
high gravity
committed by these alien baby hybrids. I mean, alien human hybrids. Now it's 2015, and remember the OG cult leader that he joined in Egypt, who he broke off from? Okay, this cult leader now formally disassociates himself with the Mahdi. This was in 2015.
Her laser
they
is so
issued a
cool.
quote declaration of disassociation where they said that they
Where'd the
denounced the
alien
quote
go?
imposters, liars, and hypocrites, including Abdullah Hashim, etc., and their group, the Black Panthers. Remember how I told you that there was a falling out between the besties?
Are you blowing me up, Phil?
And how they were not talking for a while, and he said he had a God complex and all of that. Well, at some point, they got back together, because now that we're in like the mid 2010s and to the current time, Joseph McGowan is still a part of the group, and he's actually the bishop in America.
It's going to be a matter of time, probably a very short time. Episode of 14 will be proven in front of the entire world. People are going to remember episode. They're going to say, man, you remember that speech he gave 4 or 5 years ago? I'm telling you, these people are coming rushing with full faith, believing in him.
Because the Mahdi's based in Europe. You'll see he's in Germany at this point, but he's going to end up going to Sweden, and now currently he's in the UK. And actually, they said he just not too long ago bought property in Nevada, and he's planning to move to Nevada, and his religion is a 501, like charitable tax exempt organization that's registered in Nevada. And apparently the gun laws are really good there, and he wants to like create some type of army, allegedly, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So let's go back to the dissociation. Okay, they denounced him. Now he is, remember, in Germany, and this is when some shit's about to go down. Remember how I told you that there was a missing person, that they thought there was a murder, the German Lisa, who was married to the Mahdi's brother? Okay, she was with them. She converted in 2012. She was with them in Egypt. She moved with them to Germany. Now it's 2019, and Lisa's not happy. She's getting disillusioned. She wants to leave. There are all these things going on sexually and allegations and complaints, and she's not happy. Well, the Mahdi apparently, allegedly, was like, oh, if she leaves and speaks out, like, this is going to be a problem. We need to get rid of this problem. This is March 2019, okay? Lisa and this close disciple of the Mahdi go to India. That guy comes back from India. Lisa never came back from India. She's still missing. Nobody knows where she is. Not only did this guy come back without her, but he then fled Germany right after. Lisa is still missing, by the way, and her family says she never would have left and like stopped talking to them. She would have at least tried to like keep in touch or at least let them know where she is, and they don't know, and it doesn't look good. In any case, they pretended like nothing happened, and not only that, but they were making so much money. And the Mehdi, not only does he take his followers' stuff and money and property and all that, but he has them work for free. He had 3 restaurants in Germany, a bar, and an antique store.
I love the auto loot. I love the auto loot. It
They
changed the
worked
game for me.
17 hours a day for $200 a month.
What was that? You shot me
They say
point
that they
blank,
would go
I
to bed
think.
at 3 a.m.
Or no, you
and
ran
they
in
have to
front of
wake
my
up at
goddamn
7 a.m. to
scope
go
is
back
what
to
you
work.
did.
Why did I say work?
God damn it, I
Former
lost
members say that
progress
Mehdi
because
was
of it, you
very
stupid ass
greedy.
fucking...
Then if they had like a slow week at the restaurant or
Whatever.
something, he
Oh
was
my
so
god, you set
angry.
me
He was
completely
very, like,
back. You
lustful
fucking
for
asshole
everything,
NPC.
sex, like money,
I don't want to use
power,
explosive weapons
control,
because of
just
that.
never
Because
enough.
of that.
The cult followers were living very simply and everything was very basic. Meanwhile, the Mehdi, their master, he's got fancy cars, living lavish, sleeping with all the women, doing God knows what with God knows who. At this point in this compound that they have in Germany, there are 250 members all living together. For the sake of the timeline, in Germany, they are doing really well, making a lot of money.
Oh.
This issue happens with Lisa. She goes to India, never comes back. And this was around 2019. And also around this time is when they start having more legal issues in Germany because of all these complaints, and the family's like, where is she? And so they decide, we have to move, we have to leave. And they go to Sweden. In Sweden, the Mehdi says, I'm creating a utopia, and it's going to be called the Divine Just State. Really what they were doing was just partying, okay? In this compound with all these people, they were doing LSD, DMT, and hash. The authorities started to hear about it, and they ended up getting raided.
There's some
All
real
these
drugs.
raids and stuff started getting attention, and Vice
I'm
News
just kidding, I like hash.
actually contacted
Smoke it every day.
the group, and they got an official statement from them, and this is what they said. They said the Ahmadi religion of peace and light is a peaceful and progressive religion based on Shia Islam, but which believes in equality between men and women and supports human rights for all. Really. It is transparent and open and treats its members fairly, as thousands can attest. It is opposed by fundamentalist movements and Islamic governments and is recognized as a persecuted religion by European and U.S. governments, the United Nations, and Amnesty International. It operates entirely lawfully and for the benefit of its members and its mission. Any suggestion of unlawful behavior is categorically untrue, and the Europol is not aware of any such investigations or complaints. In Muslim countries that are very strict about that kind of stuff, where he had followers, they were getting persecuted in Iran, in Turkey, in Egypt, in Algeria. There were so many cases of his followers
I love
getting
this
arrested
combat.
for these charges that
It's
in
just better with
Western
mods.
standards is like against freedom of religion. Like you're punishing them for having a different religion. Organizations like the United Nations and Amnesty International were actually speaking out in support of them, being like they're being discriminated against for practicing their own religion, not knowing all this shit is going down behind closed doors.
The United States, on the other hand, promotes democracy and the idea that people, and only the people, will elect the leader and not God. Did God not appoint Adam over the earth? The United States allows the worship of every foreign god. The United States
Goddamn
of
right
America,
we do.
The great iron beast
Goddamn
that
right
on
we
the
do.
nations. You
got
are
an
the
issue with it, you
Antichrist.
fucking moron.
Your country is the Antichrist.
Oh,
So they're
bullshit.
now
Suck
getting
my
legitimacy
dick, you
from these organizations,
anti-patriotic
but
piece
in the
of shit.
places where they
Get
are,
out of
even the
America,
local
you
community
fucking
and
cult
authorities are
F
like,
it.
you guys are breaking the law. Former members are filing complaints. A bunch of shit's gonna change because they get kicked out of Sweden. And this is
Big
why,
surprise.
according to the police captain,
Swedish people are
his name is
sane.
Per
Yeah.
Lundback. And he said, quote, we received a
Most of
legal
them.
aid request from
they
German
aren't
police who
right
wanted
wing.
help interrogating some of those who lived there, and it concerned a murder in India. He said they also had received several reports about suspected crimes, saying that the group was setting up fraudulent businesses to employ their members. So they get kicked out of Sweden, and where do they go? To the UK. That's where they are now. They end up purchasing a former orphanage in Crewe, England, which is 35 miles away from Manchester. They buy it for like $1 to $2 million. And the thing is, this little town and this orphanage, it's like a historic orphanage, and there's this fence that is very old, and just like all the other fences, they're like 100-year-old fence. Well, when they came in, they say that they were starting to get harassed and threatened by the neighbors, and so they filed this thing where they wanted to build a 7-foot-tall fence around their like compound in the UK, and the residents were pissed. They were like, we've had these for years, and now you guys are coming in and you're trying to change them. The cult, they're like filing stuff in court being like, no, we don't want to do this, but we're being threatened, and like this is our only option. Anyway, it turns into this whole thing. They end up actually backing down and not building the fence 7 feet high. After all that drama with the fence and stuff, they started doing what they always do. They made $4.5 million in 2023, and 1.4 million of that was just from donations.
And so that's the type of people.
Fire! God damn it! Fire the fucking weapon!
And to come and be amongst the community and to follow me.
So annoying.
People that are not going to waver or want to leave once they've come, and have a love and a willingness to sacrifice it all to establish a divine just state.
They had like 2 satellite TV stations with 48 social media channels, and they had YouTube channels in 5 languages. It was like a whole ass production.
We have one satellite channel that broadcasts to Europe and Africa, and another one that goes towards the Middle East and North Africa. We are talking about 120 million homes where the message of the rise of the family of Muhammad Abdullah
I love this game.
We are now broadcasting to you in English, Spanish, French,
I want to save it, and I want to bomb out, and I want to look. I want to look for a couple of mods. I want to gamble. Yep. So we'll take it's a trap. Yep. And I want to go look for darkness and save. So I'm just looking for different mods, you know, that I want to dog ear for later. Darkness and save. I want a mod that just quick saves for me every 60 seconds, so I can just reload from 60 seconds ago. I really don't like their save system. I like save scumming, don't get me wrong, but I don't like doing it. It should auto do it for you. I wish the auto save was actually really good. I want to find a save thing, a save game. Hard save block, soft save block, sleep to save, lodge save only, sleep to save, death, Brits, a small QOL mod, but it's not, it's a cheat. Ruin, Altec Pathfinder, linearity of wind and sun shifts. Wonder what that is. Nope. 30 minutes without reload. Black Widow ship designer. Black Widow ship design. Cool. Yeah, it does look cool. Shark Hunter ship design. Spawn NPCs. Health. Helium 4. High level armors. High level weapons. Mining conglomerate. S47 speeder bike. Counter fire. Legacy Sim. Wild car. Into the stars. MG plus supported. No save. Let's look for save game. Waiting or sleeping places. A 60 real-time minute debuff on the during which everything sells for 0 costing. So, Nope. No good. I need this one, the SKK Fast Start New Game Achievement Enabled. Yeah, I need that one, because actually, I don't know. I probably don't need it. What about companion? Wait, what's the... Oh, dynamic universe. Yeah, I need that one. Ooh, it's achievement friendly too. Yeah. So, gear progression, dynamic universe is a good one. I might buy that one, definitely. POI rotation, I wonder what that is. Massive Fleet 200. It's a cheat. So, okay, what about darkness? Dark Universe Crossfire, it's a cheat. Subtle flashlight, but it's not, yeah, flashlight's another one that I want to look at. God damn it, I should have bought $100 worth of fucking, like, Starfield credit, but I'm out of money. Subtle flashlight blue with specular, but none of these are, like, friendly, achievement friendly. Settled System Shuttle Service. It's achievement friendly. Here's a cool shuttle system I could use, but I don't really see the difference between that and flying. I don't need it. This one's good. There's a bunch of good ones. Oh, I don't know. I don't think it's that good. Okay, let's look about darker, maybe. Anything darker? Darker Nights. Yeah, but it's a cheat. I want the Darker Nights. I think it would be better. Darker Space. It's still not good. Dark Mode for Terminals. Dark Side of the Honeymoon. Shipbuilder Retexture. Flashlight. Anything flashlight? Flashlight. Achieve, right? Anything? NPC Enhancer Gun. Subtle Flashlight. But yeah, see, none of the subtle flashlights are achievement. Simple Immersive Looting. Oh yeah, we have to buy simpler. Oh, maybe real flashlight. Nope. See, I could build a mod of like a flashlight that was achievement friendly, Enhanced surrender, achievement friendly, artifacts redone, landscapes redone. Ooh, achievement friendly. Ooh, landscapes redone. I didn't know. Oh, I own this one. I bought this one, yeah. Water redone. You know, there's one that adds a whole bunch of trees and stuff. Let's look at tree. Cosmic grow bigger trees and rocks, but it's not achievement free. Trees rescaled is good, but it's not like achievement free. It's sad. Okay, we didn't see what I wanted, which is sad, but I mean, I know that I looked. Nice, 20k, it's a trap. Try Worth the Kingdom. Take a Worth the Kingdom.
Taking care of 48 social media platforms in different languages. Every day we're getting new people who are responding to our calls. We have an entire team that are dedicated to contacting believers around the world.
Here we get a glimpse of the editing suite for the School of the Divine Mysteries. We are now in the Holy Basilica. This is where Abba al-Sadiq from his piece films his School of Divine Mysteries. This is actually
I like this game.
place.
I like this game because it gives you good practice for Fortnite. It like keeps you limber for Fortnite because it is pretty much the same exact engine as Fortnite, kind of. It is like, it's not Unreal, but it operates exactly like an Unreal Engine does. Maybe it is an Unreal fork, I don't know. Creation? No, Creation's their own thing. It's the Morrowind engine.
Best not to leave any behind.
This is their best game, and it's so tragic that everybody poo-pooed this game. I hate the games media kind of now. They only do damage. They have no idea what's good. And they poo-poo the bad stuff. Sorry, they poo-poo the good stuff, and they push the bad stuff, and it annoys me like to no end. Ah. I like how the guns sound. It's good. It could be louder. I think, yeah, like 45. Like, let's try 50 on that. Yeah. Dexy Runner took this. I'll try Omens and Ice.
What Abba Sadiq from his piece grants divine revelations to the people of the world.
April 21st, 2025. B. Schofield, a journalist at the Guru magazine. I've actually used her articles a lot. She talks a lot about cults, especially like modern, what do you call that, new age type of stuff, and the culty kind of side of that world. She writes this expose about him.
I should join a metaphysics
really when
cult.
Things kind of exploded. Adding to this was this video that he posted on his YouTube channel that went viral, where he basically claimed he was the Pope after the Pope died.
Let me see. The earth swallowed the
So
false
you've gone
Pope.
crazy,
He was
and you think you're the
killed
Pope.
by the mere breath of the believers chanting Labbaik Abba Sadiq.
I'm sorry, it's not funny.
I am Abdullah. The
That
successor
moment when
of
you
Imam al-Mahdi
seriously think that you're the Pope.
Salam is the successor of the Comforter Ahmed, the successor of Simon Peter, the successor of Muhammad, the successor of Jesus Christ.
My penis is
I
the
am
successor
true
of
and
your
legitimate
butt or
Pope.
whatever.
I am the proof upon the Christians. I am the son of the Muslims through my father.
God, you
and
sound
the son of
dumb
the
when you
Christians
talk.
and the Jews
How
through my
dumb
mother.
are you?
I am the son of the
You're
East
room temperature
through my
Ronaldo,
father,
piece
and
of
the son
shit.
of the West through my mother. Now,
Through my
Christians
mother.
in the
I'll
East and
through your
West,
mother.
hear me and obey. The church is corrupt and no longer upholds the law of God. The papacy
I
has
know,
been
your mother
stolen
told me.
and the rightful heir has been pushed aside. There is no one else but me that you are obliged to obey. May God be a witness.
I don't
that
have to do anything you say.
I am Abdullah,
police told
the
me.
righteous servant of God.
You're a child rapist, you weird.
And I found this one video where his followers are like interviewing him, asking him about this post that Trump made after the Pope died, where he was also dressed like the Pope, and they were.
Why are you dressed like the Pope, boss?
Trump was trolling the Mahdi.
This morning, what do we see? We see that Trump actually posted on his official Truth Social site.
Why did Trump come into this? Because you're all crazy, all of you, him too. You're all part of the same crazy low IQ cult of fucking right-wing idiots. I swear to God.
Emperor Trump.
Emperor Trump, please save me, Elonald. Oh no, Elonald broke up and Emperor Trump isn't so successful anymore. Emperor Trump was raping children like you weird cult leader fucking nut. He's a cult leader just like you. Why did Trump enter into this, you fucking weird nut? Like, I'm sure Trump himself doesn't want to be part of this. Like, I swear to God, why did Trump come up in this? You're so annoying. I just want to watch something about cults. I don't want to hear about Donald Trump as a side effect on some cult video that I'm watching. It's so dumb. Donald Trump has nothing to do with these fucking nutballs. I know he doesn't. It's one of those few times when Donald Trump is not part of the fucking craziness. It's one of those fucking weird times. Rare times when Donald Trump is not fucking, like, Elonald is not part of... like, Elonald is not part of this problem. No, you can't blame this on Trump. No, you were just a crazy, fucked up idiot who wears beanies and ran a cult. You're fucking stupid. Leave Trump out of this. Trump has nothing to do with what you do. You're a fucking stupid cult leader. So is he. Cult leaders don't mix. We know this. Cult leaders don't really mix. What did we watch last night? It was like Three Dudes, the Three Christs of Ypsilanti by fucking Wendigoon, right? And it's like, yeah, even the Three Christs of Ypsilanti can't totally handle each other. And these are guys in the insane asylum who think that they're Jesus. And if those guys can't handle each other, I really don't think, like, Donald Trump and you, two different cult leaders, are going to get along very well. For one thing, you might not be in Jeffrey's black book like him, you know? You might not run with the fucking, the Saks Fifth Avenue crowd. You're not with the Fifth Avenue crowd, so, like, you wear beanies and you have a cult. You're fucking stupid. He won't talk to you because you wear beanies and you're in a cult. So why did you bring him up in this weird fantasy? It's because all the nutballs are connected by Donald Trump. I'm sorry, it's just the sick, sad thing. When it comes up on a Nora Jasmine, like, coffee and cults video, you realize that, yeah, all the people are crazy and they are connected by Trump. Yeah, like, Trump is the king of crazy. He's the king of crazy powder, or whatever.
An opportunity.
Why did Trump come into this, fucking beanie? That's what I'm gonna call you, beanie weenie. Why did Trump come into this, beanie weenie? It had nothing to do with what you were fucking talking about, you crazy cracker.
Be Pope, unfortunately, because I already claimed that, and so...
By cracker, I don't mean, like, some white thing. I'm not talking about his race. I'm talking about you are, like, you're like, you're cracked. You're cracked. You cracked. You're a cracker. And I don't mean that as some fucking, like, racist term. I'm talking about you have cracked to the point where you crack all the time. You're just a cracker. You're just a cracker. And I mean that not in the non-racial way. I mean in, like, the mental disability way. You constantly crack because you are crazy.
Person who claims it.
So let's call you a different kind of cracker. Like, I can say that when it doesn't have any racial connotation. I guess he's white, so I don't really mean it that way or whatever. I guess you're just cracked. We're gonna call you cracked. That's what all the kids say. You're cracked. You're fucking cracked. You're a cracker. You're so far cracked that you're a cracker. You're not even like it's not even like a white guy slur at that point. You just break your mind so much with your craziness all the fucking time that all you do is crack. So you're a cracker. You know, that's what I meant when I said it too. I was like, you're a cracker because all you do is get cracked, you know?
First is the true claimant and the person who claims afterwards.
And then I ended up calling him a dumb cracker, and I'm probably going to get fucking canceled for a white epithet or whatever. But I mean, I didn't mean him like that. I really didn't mean it like that. I meant it like you are cracked and you are only going to crack, so we call you a cracker. You know, I'm retaking the word cracker. I'm white, I can do that. I'm retaking the word cracker for people who just constantly mentally crack all the fucking time. It's a much better usage of the word. People who are just literally cartoon characters cracking themselves over and over and over again, broken on they break themselves on the weave constantly. You can see him doing it. He's live in real time, breaking his own brain right now because he's a cracker. He definitely cracked his own brain.
The true Pope. I'm the
oh,
true
you
Pope.
dumb cracker, and I'm getting away with it too because I said the context correctly. He's a dumb cracker in the respect that his brain only cracks all the time, and he took a whole bunch of other crazy with him down the Beanie Weenie hallway. It took a bunch of other people down that crazy Beanie Weenie hallway. Like he did, you can see it. They're all wearing beanie weenies, like Donald Trump and the fucking red hats. You know what I'm saying? The fucking maggots.
Oh, that's done. It's over. It's non-negotiable.
That's very merciful and a very generous
The bigot maggots.
An opportunity.
You know, the bigot maggots.
That I hope that he will take.
Thank you so much for
Oh, where's the beanie? You don't belong in this cult if you don't have a beanie. You can't speak unless you have a beanie if you're in my beanie cult. Everybody pass the beanie around. It's the only time you can speak is if you have a beanie on. In my fucking beanie cult. I'm terribly sorry.
God bless you guys.
Every time that I think that my crazy heroin, like drug dealer story is bad, I remember that there's a beanie weenie cult, and that if you don't wear the beanie in the cult, you're really just not very powerful in that beanie weenie cult. Now, are you? In this fantasy of yours, it always goes back to that Office joke. In this fantasy of yours, you're the assistant to the beanie weenie cult leader. You wear the beanie willingly. I'm sorry, it's not funny probably. So the people who survived the cult, so I'm sort of, in a way, I'm sort of body shaming, or something in that respect. I'm sort of being toxic in the respect that I'm shaming ex-cult members, or well, I hope they're ex-cult members. Let's all pray and hope that this cult is gone. But I mean, yeah, like, you know, fuck this cult, fuck the beanies, and I'm sorry, but like, you know, let's all pray that when you go around the mortal coil again, no beanies are fucking involved.
Is the current situation right now. The YouTube channel is going, the TikTok is going. They're in the UK. They have plans to move to Nevada. As I said,
oh no, they're live. They're still live. Don't sue me. Please don't sue. Please don't sue me, Mr. Cracker. God damn it. Please don't sue me. I don't care about your cult. I'm not going to ever attack you. I don't care if you make money. I don't care if you exist.
It is things.
I'm an equal opportunity hater. It's whatever. I don't care what you do.
There was a quote saying,
I'm sorry, the beanies really trigger me. I'm sorry, the beanie probably triggers everybody in your life. Be honest, you piece of shit cult leader. You know the beanie triggers everybody around you. It triggers the women. They're like, why am I wearing a beanie? Like, it triggers all the people. They're like, why are we wearing beanies? Goddamn beanie cult.
we will have our own police, laws, and guns. We will be.
You better, okay, before you do that, you better corner the market on motherfucking beanies, because you're gonna need a lot of them before you can afford security and your own police. I am the police kind of stuff that cult leaders do. Long before you reach that stage, you better corner the market on motherfucking beanies, or you're gonna have a financial problem with your cult. Because if they're all paying like $1 to $10 for beanies every single time you try to fucking brainwash somebody, you're gonna run out of money.
Like an ocean type.
I love trolling fucking cult leaders. It's actually quite fun. Fuck you, piece of shit beanie cult. Suck my dick. Sue me then. I don't have any money. Sue me.
What is...
Go right ahead, like South Park. You go right ahead and fucking sue me. You go, okay, then sue me then. Sue me then, like Scientology. Sue me then. I don't have any money.
There's a part of me.
You can have the $60 that's in my bank account. Fuck you, you fucking jackasses. You and your fucking beanie cult. I got some beanie for your ass. You candy ass beanie motherfucker.
If this started originally as like a social experiment, right?
Clowning cults and cult leaders is quite fun. It's one of the reasons why I like Nord Jasmine, is because she presents me targets that I can just fire shots at, because they're all pederast, shitty, you know, mind control people that believe in like pretty much exacting MK Ultra on the people that worship them. Fuck these fucking shitheads. I don't care about their fucking feelings. I don't care if they fucking sue me. Fuck the Scientology church. Fuck the Jim Jones bullshit. Fuck the fucking, you know, like wild country people and the fucking Bhagwan. Fuck the fucking Jim Jones of the fucking world. Fuck the Heaven's Gate people. Fuck your fucking weird beanie cult. Fuck all these cults. I don't care what you think. You go ahead and sue me for my $60, you fucking cocksuckers. Suck my dick.
Because their whole thing is exposing cults. Him and Joseph, right? What if they're like, okay, let's really show...
I'll spend it on Starfield credit before you can steal it, before you can sue me for it. Fuck you.
Expose
I love being a gamer
making...
because it really keeps a lot of this stuff totally in perspective. You don't get carried away by cults. You don't get carried away by fucking Donald Trump or any idiots or anything like this. Because you just know, at least I do, that it doesn't benefit you gaming if you support these idiots. It just doesn't help your gaming life. You know and I know that if I support Donald Trump in any way or fucking form, he's gonna tear up video games in some way or another, in the way where I can't afford it anymore. It's just true of everything that he touches. He's a king shitter. So yeah, like, think of it like from a gamer's perspective. If you trust this oligarch and he fucks you over and he destroys GameStop and he makes it so that you have to real ID every time you hack or cheat a fucking piece of shit Rust game or whatever, is he really your fucking friend? Does he really appreciate your desire to cheat at video games or whatever? Does he care what you think? You know, I don't think he does, you know?
The cult, showing how it's done, all the inner workings.
We saw this with Ilonald before, when Ilonald lied. You know, Ilonald had a sweet little romantic lie that they told each other about how good of a Diablo 4 player Ilonald was. Remember how good of a Diablo 4 player Ilonald got? You know, he spent so much money on it. He was the best Diablo 4 player in the world because he spent so much money on it. Do you remember?
Dangerously.
Do you see?
Is to start
Sue me then, bitch.
But then remember, right? Because he joined him and stuff. And
I love yelling "sue me" at cult leaders.
Like, a God
I understand what South Park was. I didn't understand it when I watched it, but I get it now. When people are actually like listening to you, it's actually quite fun to take shots at goddamn piece of shit cult leaders and be totally unapologetic about it. Because it's like being a bully, but I mean, your target actually is a bigger bully than you. So it's like David and Goliath, and I can see how South Park derided a lot of fucking satisfaction out of this. Like, for instance, it reminds me of my disability lawyer. She sat me down. You know, she died of cancer, unfortunately, but that lady was fucking wonderful. She did my case for like 2.5 years before she passed it on to a different lawyer. But she was a wonderful lady, and I sat down with her the first day I ever met her, and she talked to me for like 2 hours. She was like, I love talking to my autistic clients. She was like, I wouldn't, she told me, she was like, you're lucky I didn't bring popcorn. I love talking to my autistic clients. I love the lifestyles that you guys have and the stuff that you do. She was like, tell me what you do, tell me how much money you make, tell me what you actually do. And I was like, well, I'm kind of like, you know, usually most of the time a drug addict. I've been a kingpin before, but I'm crazy. Nobody can work with me. I've got opposition authority. And I started spilling the tea to her, and she's like, oh, I love it. She starts writing it down. So she's like, I love autistic people. They have such interesting lives. And she's like, I wouldn't give this up for my life. And I was like, wow, you do something that you really enjoy doing, huh? And she's like, yeah, you couldn't imagine. And I was like, I think I can. I sat there and I said it to her face. It's one of my favorite things I've ever said to somebody. I looked at her and I knew she was kind of ailing and kind of sick and stuff, but I didn't know she was going to disappear out of our lives. And I said it to her face. I was like, I could see how a person could derive a lot of satisfaction out of what you do. You pick the side of David and you fight Goliath. And she loved this when I said it to her face. It was like something out of a television show. She was like, you get it. And I was like, I do. I was like, so you pick a David and you fucking go fight Goliath for them? And she's like, yes, and I have a 95% win rate. And I was like, you have a 95% win rate? And she's like, yes, I have a 95% win rate. The government constantly tries to suppress people with disability, people like you. She was like, I really like what I do. And I was like, I really like what you do. And I kissed her liberal ass, and she kissed my liberal ass. I was like, I can see how a man can derive a lot of satisfaction out of fucking getting disability cases across, because the government just denies them on basis. They just deny, they deny and force you to appeal. Just off the get-go, I've never heard of anybody who got their first disability thing, unless they really were like full-blown Down syndrome and were completely a vegetable, basically. Nobody gets their first disability thing. They have to go to battle with the government, and they have to they have to do an appeal, and they've got to get lawyers like I did, and they've got to go in there, and they don't have to sue the government, but they do have to prove to the government that somebody does care that you are there, and that you have an advocate. Otherwise, they just walk all over you and deny you. And that's the nature of the beast. And I mean, it sucked, you know, and she was like, no, I can prove to you. Like, she was like, I'm going to get you a neuropsych evaluation. And she did, and it worked too. She got me the neuropsych evaluation, and it was like, and she was like, no, you're going to come up with something crazy. And I did. I came up with retrograde amnesia was my worst problem. They told me, they were like, you have Asperger's and you have brain damage, but your retrograde amnesia is the worst thing that you have. You can't remember certain things that are important. And I was like, oh, so my life's going to be like Memento? And they were like, yeah, that's actually a fairly apt metaphor. Certain times in your life that were really, really horrible, you're probably not going to remember them. And I was like, really? And they were like, yeah, it's going to be selective. You've got holes in your memory banks where your shit should be. So you're not going to be able to remember certain things. The things that you care about, like people's names or numbers or phone numbers. They were like, what's your best friend phone number? And I was like, okay, it's 720 blank, blah, blah, blank, blank, right? And they were like, that's amazing that you can remember that, because I would have bet my fucking career that you couldn't. And I was like, yeah, I know. I can remember weird things, but I don't remember what number you just told me. And they're like, yeah, I know. And so they were like, and so the government doctors came back, and not only did they provide really good evidence in the neuropsych evaluation, but they also advocated for me. The government doctors advocated for me in my court case. Because all of them believed I should be on disability. All of them did. The lawyer did. The judge did. The fucking, the government doctors believed it. My mother believed it. My friends believed it. The mental health facility that I was in believed it and was like, you need help. Everybody believed it. I was the only one. It's weird how twisted and fucked up it gets, but I was like, I don't want to admit that I've got any weaknesses. I don't want to be on some disability list with the government. They might come try and kill me. Like the Nazis, you know. I don't want to admit a weakness to them. I don't want to take any money from them, or they might hate me. You know, I was very reluctant for 7 years or something like that. I didn't do much to push it along. And finally, my mother was like, well, you've been denied. We're doing a disability appeal, and we've hired a lawyer, and the lawyer is paid by the Mental Health Center of Denver, and you know, everybody's put their money where their mouth is, and they're going to support you while you fight this. And I was like, are you serious? And they were like, yeah. We're like, you don't have to do anything except show up and take the neuropsych evaluation. That was it. That's all they wanted from me. I was like, okay, no problem. And I did. And they came back and they were like, here's disability for the rest of your life, but you're not going to like it because you're very high functioning. And I was like, yeah, I know. You know, they came back and they were like, you're going to need therapy and a case manager. And I did.
Stopped being a social experiment, and then I'm
about to go back into therapy. I took a year break here, but I was in therapy the first 3 years that I moved to Washington and shit, and I got off it because I was like, I don't think I have any fucking problems beyond a desire to be alone. So now I'm going back to therapy to address that. I've got a desire to be alone. I don't want to deal with human beings ever the fuck again. And it's weird and it's fucked up. And it is PTSD. It's a form of PTSD. Believing that no human will ever do me right ever again. They're all a raw deal. And I believe this. Fundamentally believe this. And this kind of weird belief, it's PTSD and damage and sickness and mental disease and mental health issues. It really is, because not all human beings are out to get you. They just really aren't. But I fundamentally believe that they all are, from my mother all the way up to Donald Trump or whatever, right? Or all the way down to Donald Trump, however you view it. From my mother to Donald Trump and everybody in between, I believe they're all out to fucking give me some kind of raw deal. I don't trust any of them. Not any of them. I hate to say this about my own mother, but I mean, it's true. Because, you know, and she's never given me reason to believe anything like that. It's PTSD. You get fucked so often, so hard by the system or the people or the drug addictions or the court cases or the pigs hustling you or people robbing you or people coming after you for selling drugs or shit like this or getting high or anything like that. And after a while, you just sort of begin to believe that they're all some source. I believe that all of humanity, and I believe this, and you can tell in the way that I say it, I believe this. Like, I really believe this, that all of humanity is some form of a raw deal. From the people that you meet on the street, to the people that you talk to on the bus, to your closest friends, to my family, to the government, even the government that's helping with disability. I still think it's a raw deal. It's fucking crazy. Every human being around me represents some kind of fucked up raw deal that I don't want. I've got to go back to therapy to fucking address that problem, because I don't know how I'm going to get out of it. I fundamentally believe this because there's been no reason not to fucking believe it. I don't believe it about my mother wholeheartedly, but I still don't totally trust anybody because I've been on the streets enough to know that I'll spend 7 years on the streets alone, 7 years on the streets alone, except for Cloud Candy, basically, and a couple of other girls, couple of other girls like M and Cloud Candy and this other girl I dated for a couple of years. Like, there's, I can't even remember her fucking name. It sucks, but I can't remember her fucking name. I tried to explain it to her when I was with her, but she wouldn't believe me that I was this much of an asshole. But I warned her. I was like, you're not my Disney princess. I struggle to remember your name even. They don't want to believe this. When you're their number one, when you're their one, they don't want to believe that you can't remember their fucking name. But I mean, if they're not your Disney princess or whatever, you're not going to fucking remember their name. It's fucking fucked up, but it's true. That's how humanity fucking works when you don't have problems in the romance department. When you have no problem dating, it's pretty easy to like not remember someone's name. It's fucked up, but it's true. I hate it. 474. I've got 500 grand. That's not bad. We're going to look back at Starfield now. It's dark. I don't want it to be dark. I don't know if I'm done with this quest. Yeah, I am done with this quest. I've got a commitment to Andreja, so let's go do that. Yeah, take me to Andreja, excuse me. Yeah, we'll go do the marriage to Andreja. That might be kind of emotional and good. I travel with her so much, she's going to marry me. Nice. So this will be an achievement probably, actually, which is good. Snatch Your Mama wins yet again. It's kind of depressing, that name. We bet on the good one.
If you need to harvest any organic materials, now would be the time.
Oh, I'm gonna harvest some organic material. Don't you worry, baby. Nothing like fresh material or whatever. It sounds like Dexter's or some Dexter creep. Yeah, that sneak attack damage is legit. Yeah, definitely. So was this it? Oh no, now I talk to her. Yeah, she's like, oh, did we get married here?
There is little I can offer to show you.
Are we getting married?
How much you mean to me.
You are? You're gonna marry me?
House Varun deems proper could not.
Wow. Don't marry me. I'm a fucking asshole. I like drugs too much.
And whatever marriage traditions you might have would not be appropriate for me.
And wine. 2 bottles of wine in one night. You'll begin to understand, I'm not marriage material. I'm really more of a before marriage friend. Or a before rehab friend. I'm really not I'm really not a before marriage friend. I'm kind of an after marriage friend or whatever. I'm sorry, I'm really more of a before marriage friend, not an after marriage friend. So I'm terrified of divorce, and I know that 7 of my relationships would have ended in divorce if I had married them. I very much know this, so I'm terrified of divorce. So the banquet hall I booked, I guess I'm not getting my deposit back. I don't need a ceremony or party or anything else. I have you.
Are you all right? If you are not joking, then no, you are not. But there is something here that I believe will make up for it. This place, where we stand now, is the first place I was brought upon leaving my city, Basra. the first time I had ever left my home planet. As you know, I was never allowed to know the
I like Andreja. She was well written. The community was right about that.
But at the same time, I was suddenly aware of not just one planet.
Andreja? I don't know. Is it Andreja? I always think of it as Andreja.
I have not experienced again until
She's not real, so I can call her whatever I want. Her voice actress is real.
There is no need for you to worry. But there is more. Buried here is something of great value to me. Something I wish you to have.
Vagina? Vagina! I mean love. I'm sorry, love. I'm sorry, vagina and love. I want to modify my answer to two things. It could be both. It could be both. It could be vagina and love. What's wrong with that?
There is little I can offer.
Vagina and love for
How
everyone.
much you mean to me. Whatever House Varun deems proper could not work because you are not House Varun.
Vagina and love for
Whatever
everyone.
traditions you might have would not be appropriate for me.
1,000 gallons of lube for everybody. I don't need a ceremony or a party or anything else. I have you.
And I love you for feeling that way. This place, where we stand.
But I already told you, talked about you about this. I don't care. Blah, 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 blah. That must have been a very emotional time for you. Yeah, I'm trying to be receptive, yeah. But I don't care what you say. I'm terribly sorry. I don't care what you say right now. I'm sorry. I don't like Bethesda writing anymore. It's tragic. I don't like 2025 Bethesda writing. I think it's tragic. But I don't care to listen to what you have to say, Emil Pagli or Rulo or whatever your name is. I just don't care. I don't care about House Varun or anything. You didn't sell it to me. I'm terribly sorry. Something about this game. You just didn't sell this to me. I don't care about this. Goodbye. Click, 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 click. I know you spent a lot of time writing this romance and stuff. I've always considered myself an entire universal possibility. That is true. I think I'm gonna record that one. It's kind of weird, but I'm gonna put it in the song. It's a cute little line. I'm starting to steal other writers' lines because I just don't care. I wrote my own poetry and my own music all of my fucking life. Like all of my life. All of my life. I wrote my own poems. I wrote my own music. I've written thousands of poems and songs, and I still write songs, and I still publish songs. You know, I do. Oops, I'm sorry, I missed the text. Please forgive me for being super tonight. I didn't feel you.
I hope I have not offended.
You weren't rude. Busy. Okay, sorry, I had to respond to a text. Yeah, just make sure my fucking volume's on. Yeah, check. I think my mic has been moved too much, and I think my mic volume needs to be checked, because Windows constantly fucking changes it on me for no reason. We don't know why Windows is like this, it just is.
Whatever.
Failure software developers. Please. Passing the cost of business on to the consumer. No. They weren't guilty of it tonight, which is good. So you really want to beat around the bush here about what we're gonna do or what? I'm blah 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 blah. So now you want me to go get something or something? You're not really saying what you want.
Like whatever House Varun deems, and whatever marriage traditions you.
So.
I agree. This place, as you know.
So, but what do I do? You're not telling me what to do. You're like.
There's not more to discuss.
So there's nothing else, or what? No commitment. Talk to her. But I did talk to her. What are we doing? Are we walking somewhere? What are we doing here? You're not being descriptive enough. See, your writing is totally ruined. Any goodwill you would have earned with your writing is totally ruined by the immediately buggy experience 5 minutes later. And it's just like, come on, or well, not even 5 minutes, 5 seconds later. And now, I don't know, you're saying talk to Andreja something? And what's her name? I just don't think that's what you want, though. I don't think you want me to talk to her. Oh, wait, here we go. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, here.
She's like, I don't feel the same way. I want a divorce. I want 50% of your money. I'm sorry. Oh no, she glitched and it didn't. Oh no, did you lock me? Don't lock me. No, don't lock me. What did you do? You like locked the conversation and now I can't. I didn't save and now I have to do this all over again. I hate you so much, Bethesda. You've been doing this for me to me all of my life. Since I was like 13 years old, you've been doing this stupid shit and wasting my time. I can't do anything. This game is hard locked. It's fucking hard locked. I hate you so much. You're so annoying. Now I've got to do the whole mod load again. You're so fucking annoying. Why am I addicted to the most horrible single player games on the fucking market with the most bugs and the most jank? It's so annoying. I really wish I wasn't so self-destructive with how my tastes are. But I like dumpster fires. I swear to God, I like dumpster fires. I know I do. I like burning myself in the dumpster fire. Hey, there's a dumpster. It's burning. Let's all jump in. Hopefully there's some gasoline inside, you know? Oh, hey, there's a dumpster fire. Another new Bethesda dumpster fire. Hey, 76 is getting an update this year. You guys want to get some gasoline and jump in the fucking dumpster? Hopefully it's on fire. Shit writes itself.
The Mehdi got drunk.
Your fucking bugs in 2025. I mean, she just hard locked. She was like, I'm not talking to you. I'm not your wife anymore. It's no more talking for you. Blah, blah, blah. It's like a real marriage.
With power and was like, I don't want
I'm sorry. The joke of this marriage to this NPC has started making me make sexist jokes about women's approach to marriage, you know? And I'm sorry, I'm really not this masculine, toxic masculine. I just make these jokes hoping that you understand that I'm making them in jest. But I'm actually really not like this. Like, okay, if I were to marry a woman, I would suggest the prenup to her. I'd be like, yeah, I'll give you 50-50. And she'll be like, wait, you're going to sign a prenup saying you'll give me half of everything? Yeah, I'll sign a prenup saying they'll give you half of everything. Because if I actually love you, I'm not scared of giving you 50-50. But we're definitely signing a fucking prenup saying 50-50. No more, no less. Because I'm not stupid. Damn it. It comes out sexist. It does. It comes out sexist. But I mean, like, this is what I've always said to women. I said this to Lucky when she asked what a prenup was. I was like, yeah, when you hear the word marriage, you immediately think the word prenuptial. It's the next word that comes after that. She was like, oh, I thought it was, love and marriage and married with children. And I was like, no, it's marriage and prenuptial.
anymore. Like, I want this to be real life. I don't.
And I advise this to the women too. Like you would think that they don't want the prenuptial, but no, the prenuptial protects them too. It's not that bad.
To end, and then his coworker and friend and all this from high school is like, dude, no, like that's not.
When I've only ever asked one girl to marry me. And when I opened up, I forgot about this, but I did do this. As I opened up and I popped the question, I was like, well, if you sign a prenup with me, that's how I opened. And of course she said no, but it wasn't because of that. She was like, no, I know I would cheat on you, and I know I've got a cocaine addiction that you don't want to deal with. And I was like, okay, that's very honest, and thank you for the honest answer. I love you. Thank you. And she was like, no problem. Shall we never speak of this again? And I was like, no, I'll speak of it again, but I'll never speak of it again to you. Yeah, and she was like, deal. And I was like, okay, we can just pretend this didn't happen. And she's like, yeah, you can tell people in a few years. But don't tell them right now. And I was like, okay. Because all of our best friends were our best friends, and I knew as I walked out of that hotel room the next morning that our friendship would never be the same, and it wasn't. It was sad. I killed our friendship by asking her to marry me. It's a hilarious thing. If you've been a real man, you might have done something like that. But I killed our good friendship. I'd known her since I was 15 years old by asking her to marry me. And I really want that girl still in my life. I still think about her all the time. That's how deep it was. I still think about her all the time. I think about how her friend A is cast adrift without her because she left Colorado like a fucking traitor and left us there to die with our methamphetamine addictions. She just left us there to die. She said, bye, I'm going to California. I don't care if you die on speed. She didn't say that, but that's how we took it. That's how both my friend A, and this is a girl I'm talking about, my friend A and I took this so badly when my friend B left that I, like, man, we're still fucked up over it. I guarantee I could call my friend A right now. I've got her number. I could call her right now and be like, how fucked up are you over B still? And she'd be like, God damn it, I haven't talked to her in 15 years and it's fucked me up and I'm just not right. And I would say the same thing. It's fucked me up ever since I asked her to marry me, and it's just not right. That girl was part of our souls and we let her go. She let us go.
He's the bishop.
I let all my friends go after that. I let all my friends go. It was easy to do it after that. When she let me go, I was like, ah. When she let me and A go, it was so much easier for me. We were her best friends, motherfucker. It was so much easier for me to fucking let other people go after I watched B do it to everybody. B did it to everybody, even her own mother. She cut everybody off. I've never met anybody as pimp as her. She cut everybody off like a smart person, you know what I'm saying? She cut me off. She cut everybody off. She cut every last friend she had out. And she just became a banker in Laguna Beach. And she made new friends, and she did cocaine like she warned me she would. And she, like, you know, she slept with a lot of dudes, and we all know this because she told us. But I mean, like, you know, but it's just funny. Like, the thing that she warned me she would do, she absolutely did. It wasn't like she lied to me. I still don't dislike her. She didn't lie to me. She was honestly, I like her a lot more than some of the other women I've been with. Because she was not, I mean, she did not fuck around. She did not lie. She didn't fuck around with my feelings or anything like that. She was like, no, it's so cute that you asked. And I would say, yes, you're not a bad man, but I'm just not gonna cheat on you, and I'm not gonna do cocaine while I cheat on you either. I was like, okay, I understand.
In it.
I was like, do you want help with your cocaine addiction? And she was like, absolutely the fuck not. Don't ever speak of it again. And I was like, okay, no problem. She was like, I don't talk to you about your meth addiction. And I was like, all right, fine. I won't talk to you about your cocaine addiction then.
But does power corrupt? Like,
she was like, I don't talk about you and A's meth addiction, do I? God damn it, I love my friend B. She was such a fucking badass bitch. She really was. She was like, I don't talk about your meth addiction ever, do I? And I was like, no, you don't. And she was like, that's because I love you. And I was like, I love you too. And she was like, okay, so we just don't talk about these things. They wrecked us, but we don't need to talk about these things. We're stronger than this. And I was like, yeah, I believe you're right. And she was right. We were stronger than this shit. My friend went to jail. My friend A, she went to jail in motherfucking Casper, Wyoming for whatever it was. They had her some other place. I don't remember. But yeah, she was somewhere in Wyoming for fucking 5.5 goddamn years. When she broke that news to me, I was like, this is because we lost B. And she was like, it is because we lost B. She confirmed it. She was like, this is because we lost B. She wasn't there to tell me not to do this. And I was like, I know, it sucks. I mean, she was our level-headed friend that we never had. Like, we had this wonderful quad. I mean, it was more than a quad. It was like 8 kids who really loved each other, like fucking brothers and sisters and stuff. Some of them fucked each other and married each other all their lives and shit. It was that tight. And I love my friend B. She was there for me the whole time since I was like 14. She was there for all my friends. My best friend, he really loves B. He knows how really important B was to all of us. You understand? She was the best girl in my high school. I was so in love with her or whatever, and I'm still in love with her. I don't talk to her because she cut everybody the fuck off. Where do you think I get it from? My mother is like, where are we going to move so you can talk to girls? And I'm like, no, the Ice Queens taught me not to talk to anybody. I'm not going to anymore. All my friends, like A, B, I can only talk about them in this way because they're all crazy and they all have crazy things going on and I can't even light them up. You know, understand that? That's how nuts they are. They're not nuts in a bad way. They're nuts in a good way. I can't even say their names. You understand? These people are that nuts. I can't say their fucking names without lighting them up. It's actually that crazy. So, like, you know, so I just say more power to them, and I write everybody off like they wrote off everybody else. And you know what? Of all my friends, I know those people are happiest. I know my friend B is happiest out of all my friends. She's probably the most depressed too, but she's also the happiest. I know she is. My friend A knows this. I know. We've been friends since we were 13 years old. Swear to God, you know, and I know that of all my friends that I ever met, I know that still deep down in her heart, my friend B is probably the happiest person I still know. I at least like claim to know. I know she is. Deep down inside, she had that fucking freedom of happiness in her soul. And I loved it. And I miss her very fucking badly. But she's just one of the fucking 13 women in my life that are like this. It's fucking nuts. I could have kept a harem.
from the beginning.
I don't believe in harems, but I do believe in chasing crazy, intellectually fucking wonderful women who are like perfect 10s and
when did it change? When
whatever,
did it go from we want
like perfect 9s or whatever, you know?
Turn the parents and all of this to this, because this is scary for me. Because
when I had to tell my friends that I asked her to marry me. I had to tell my friend L and fucking and M. M had just dated her for 9 years, and I had to tell him, I was like, you know, I asked your girlfriend to fucking marry me, and he was like, what? And I was like, I'm sorry, I've been in love with her since I was 13, I'm sorry. And he was like, But I mean, you can't lie about that stupid shit. He's like, you've been in love with B since we were like 14. I was like, yeah. I mean, I never really had this conversation with him. I had this conversation with our other best friend, L. L told him. I was never allowed to tell him to his fucking face that I had been in love with his fucking like my best friend was his girlfriend for 9 years. It wasn't my plan or her plan that she was with him for that fucking long. It just happened. She's the kind of girl that if she's in a good relationship, she just doesn't leave it. And I'm the same sort of person.
When you study this and you're against it.
And so yeah, I had to have L, a dude, crack the news to one of our other best friends that I had been in love with our best friend for 9 years and I had been hiding it from him. But I mean, I didn't hit on her. I didn't hit on her once. The whole 9 years. I wasn't a fuck up. I didn't rub that man's rhubarb. I didn't go fuck around with it. I didn't destroy our friendships or anything like this. There were times when I wanted to. Like there was a time when we were tripping balls on fucking acid in the fucking in the fucking sand dunes. And they were in the process. They broke up like 2 months later. They were in the process of breaking up when we went to the fucking sand dunes. But we brought all the girlfriends and all the dudes and all the people, and there was like 9 of us there, and we were there for 4 days, and it was this whole camping trip. But they broke up at the camping trip, and it was fucking terrible. And on top of it, we were tripping balls on fucking acid, and a terrible storm came and stranded us in the middle of the fucking sand dunes at like 3:30 in the fucking morning. And I had the dog in my arms because I was the biggest dude there who could keep her the most warm, and I was like covering her in blankets and fucking shit. And the people were just trudging after me as I soldiered my way out of that fucking desert. I was like, I'm not dying here. The rest of them were like, we should stop. And I was like, no, I'm not dying here. Fuck that. I'll keep walking. I'll chase mirages for 5 days before I sit here and freeze to death. I'm not doing that. And I convinced like 9 people to keep going, and we finally did find our way back. It was, you know, it was fucking stupid. If we stayed out in the fucking desert at 4 a.m, we might have froze to death. None of us were. We were soaking wet because of the rain. It was like goddamn 0 degrees out or something in the fucking sand dunes, because it was the sand dunes out there by fucking, you know, what is it, Durango or something? I don't remember. And 4 hours south or something like that. And like, yeah, and you know, and it was a terrible experience. And at the end of the night, they were like breaking up while they were on acid. And I got them, and I brought them together. And I swear to God, I was in love with that girl so much more than him. It was so annoying. I was so much more in love with that girl. I've been in love with that girl so much more than him for like 9 years or something. I really resented him in a way. And then I got him, and I got their hands, and I told them, I was like, we're tripping on acid. We're having a really bad trip. We were stuck in the fucking desert in the cold, in the dark with the dog for 7 hours while we froze to death. And we just now got back to camp, and you guys are like tearing each other apart here. And there's 7 other people here who are not involved in your fucking fight. And I told them I grabbed both their hands, and I put their hands together, and I was like, love has to get us through this situation. I said this while I was tripping on 4 gel tabs of goddamn Mad Hatter or whatever the fuck. I don't even remember what it was. It was like some gel tabs. They were fucked up. I don't even know the names of the gel tabs I was on. It was like 4 to 7 or something like that. I was fucked up. But I was like, we can't let this end here. We can't let the friendships or the love or anything. And I was right. And in the end, they were friends all of their lives or whatever. I think at least until she wrote everybody off. I mean, they were friends for a long time, even beyond that, because I told them right then and there, I was like, the love must stand. You know, the love is adhesive, and it will be here. We will not give up on each other. And you know, like I took their hands, and I put it together in their hands, and I pulled my hands away, and I was like, the love must stand. It must be here. It must live throughout this and stuff. I was like, I'm watching you guys scream at each other at 4:30 in the morning after being stranded in the desert for 7.5 hours on fucking acid, and you, rather than getting soup in your belly or like going to the bathroom, you're sitting here screaming at the top of your lungs at each other while 200 other campers in this fucking like desert fucking, you know, sand dunes fucking campsite are like listening to you fight while you're on acid. And I was like, I'm sorry, this just has to end here. You guys have to love each other. It just has to be friendship and love. Nothing but friendship and love for the rest of the night. And I was like, that's the rule. That's the rule. You can't fight with each other anymore. We've had a terrible trip. The dog damn near died. We thought that dog was like our child, and we thought the dog was gonna die in the desert. And it was 7 hours, and the girls were like, "The dog's gonna die. The dog's gonna die. The dog's gonna." For 7 hours, the girls were like, "The dog's gonna die," and I was like, "No, we're gonna find our way back. We're gonna get out of this." It was a terrible time. And at the end of the terrible trip of 7 hours through the desert, from like 10 p.m. until like 4:30 in the morning or something like that, or whatever it was, like 6.5 hours and shit. I was like, the love will stand. The love will stand. The love is what is important here. Do you guys love each other? And they're like, yes. And it's like, I was like, I don't care if your relationship ends. I don't think anybody else there cares about that. The love is what matters. That's what you're going to pay attention on right now. That's what you're going to pay attention to. No matter what, we're all going to be friends here after this. And I was right too. I was right. I'm always right.
And you learn all the ways it can work. Like, you know everything.
Then, like, like 2 years later, she never did speak to him again, though. I mean, she was friends with him, but she didn't speak with their relationship was over after like 9 years and stuff, and she never really was around him, I think, ever again. And so then 2 years later, I just relentlessly went after her, and not relentlessly, but like, I violated the bro code, and I just like went and asked her to marry me in a Vegas hotel room. I'm not very proud of that, but I mean, it's what should have been done.
About it, it's like
I believed in her more. I told her that when I was on my knee. I was like, I believe in you more than any of these people do. I believe in you more.
I started a cult. Like, which people always make that joke, but seriously, it's like when you're all about, all the inner workings, like,
yeah, when you know all the tricks that they use, it's so stupid when they try to use those tricks. It's goddamn dumb. I'm gonna play some Fortnite. I can't seem to stay connected to Starfield, which I believe is a sign that I should play some other game that commands my attention a little bit more. Uptown, hard times, snatched your mama, I did. Alright, so there we go. Worth the Kingdom. Let's hope. Like,
he used all that knowledge and did the thing he's supposed to expose. It's wild.
I know crazy things about that dude. I know things that happened in his childhood. I know things about that dude that would make other people just like, and all this. I know things about her, things she's done. I know what our other two friends have done. I know what she did with my friend Elle when he was like really genuinely engaged to her best friend, and all this other stuff. Like I know all the skeletons and everything like that. And I just ignored it all, and I was like, I believe in you more. I know all the crazy dark things that have happened. I don't care. I still believe in you more. It's weird when you put your money where your mouth is. It's like being a greater fool.
Top of the morning to you. Let me know if you guys think this is real.
I still believe in Cloud Candy more than anybody else around her does. I know I do. I know I believe in her more than her father does, which is so fucking stupid. That girl is capable of so much stuff because I've seen her do it. I've seen her do it repeatedly. I've seen her save people. Like, that girl's fucking insanely really awesome. But I mean, but nobody but me believes in her. I swear to God, nobody. Not the dude she's with, not her family, I think she herself believes in herself, but I swear to God, my real problem with her life was I was the only one.
Social experiment. Like, what do you think?
I come across as like almost creeper level of like I'm the only one who really truly believes in you. I've seen it enough to know.
About this.
But it's not like she gave him reason not to.
Thank you.
They just treat her like shit all the fucking time. I know they do. I know what they done to her. She's told me. I don't like feeling like some kind of judge, jury, and executioner all the time. I just wish I didn't know this stuff, frankly.
June's journey for
ignorance and that that retrograde amnesia is starting to look a lot better now. Normal gets you nowhere. Hear me out. Like there are arguments for retrograde amnesia. One could call that alcoholism in some regards, But yeah.
During this video, don't forget to click the link in the description and check out the game. In any case, thank you guys so much.
I never wanted to write a book because I can just go like this all fucking night on a fucking audio recorder. I've been doing this all my life since I was like 15 and shit. I don't need to write a book. I can just write an endless fucking diatribe that never ends like this.
Watching, and I will see you guys in my next
This was
story.
good. This was one of the best Nora Jasmines. I don't know why. It's because it's polished and it really, like, she's in her fucking game now. She's like owning it, you know. And I fucking love Nora Jasmine. I think she's the greatest thing on YouTube right now. Oh, you kicked me out, which isn't too good. Gonna go to bed soon. I think I'm done with Grand Theft Auto. I can leave this casino and just bomb out. 484, not bad. I made quadruple my money. I don't know why I'm on Fortnite. I'm probably too drunk for Fortnite. Probably pay attention to something else.
Maybe I'll have that little group that I would like you guys to join and join me to next time.
Okay, give me something else that's good. Give me something really good. You know, on a Monday night. Yeah, right. They are spinning on pirate software. The Yakuza Tampa Bay Lightning conspiracy from 6 days ago.
What if I told you that a major American sports franchise
New
was
Wendigo.
owned and operated by Japanese gangsters in the 1990s and used as a money laundering front, and that their owner was
I'm
a
surprised
figure
when it's
so
not like
mysterious
that, frankly.
that he might not even exist? Well, that's exactly what I'm telling you, because that's what we're going to talk about today. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tampa Bay Lightning Yakuza conspiracy. It's a story exactly as weird as it sounds, so we're going to go ahead and get into it. But as always, thank you for watching. In 1994, the Tampa Bay Lightning were already considered the laughingstock of the National Hockey League. Coming off of the last place finish in the Atlantic Division previous season, it was on par with the prior two seasons for the Lightning, having been founded in 1992. What didn't help their situation was an internal disagreement about their media guide, which, for those that don't know, is a fairly common resource that all professional sports teams give to journalists to assist in the game's broadcast. The Lightning were late in giving out their media guide because of some hidden pages from other members of the ownership group. When the media guide was eventually delivered, the hidden pages contained a name that no one in the NHL had ever heard of before: Takashi Okubo. What was Takashi Okubo's title, you may ask? The owner of the Tampa Bay Lightning. Now, put this in perspective with other public owners of sports teams who are very prominent. People like Jerry Jones, Steve Ballmer, or Mark Cuban. Compare that with Okubo, who no fan, media member, or NHL official had ever met. So who was this mysterious owner of the Tampa Bay Lightning? Well, as far as people in the league knew, Okubo never attended a Lightning game, given an interview to the media, nor had he ever been to Tampa. Also, if his name was indicative of his nationality, then that would make Okubo the first non-American or non-Canadian owner of a major league sports franchise in North America. So you think a guy that would have that level of prominence would have at least one photograph or one person that knows he exists, right? And there would be some evidence of his existence other than a piece of paper that barely made it to the press. Takashi Okubo. Keep that name in mind for later. But to make this whole story and wacky set of circumstances make sense, we need to talk a bit about the NHL. Right after we talk about the sponsor who allows me to do weird things like talk about non-existent owners of the NHL in the first place. Thanks, guys. It's the summer and there's plenty to do outside while the sun's up. So why would you want to spend that time inside around a hot kitchen? Plus, when you're always on the go, it's hard to find food that's fast and healthy. Thankfully, today's sponsor, Factor, has you covered. Factor makes meeting your nutritional goals easier than ever by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your door. Their team of gourmet chefs create each meal using only ingredients with integrity to help you feel your best all day long. Factor lets you skip the grocery stores, the prep work, the cooking fatigue, and instead, you get to choose from over 35 meals each week, including options like keto, calorie smart, vegan, veggie, and more. Every meal's ready to heat and eat in just 2 minutes. And since it comes pre-packaged, the cleanup's next to nothing. On top of that, there's more than 60 add-ons every week with things like breakfast, on-the-go lunches, snacks. And if you're looking for more gourmet meals, you can try out Factor's Gourmet Plus kits that have things like filet mignon, shrimp, broccolini, and truffle bites, and Factor's always flexible. You can change your order up every week with plans from 4 to 18 meals per week, or pause or
Of course he
reschedule your
mentioned the
deliveries
filet
at any time.
mignon.
Factor's meals aren't
This is
only
probably
designed
like
to taste good, but also
$500.
designed to make me and my wife get into fights over who gets what. I don't know what they're doing to their meals over there, but whatever it is, it's working. Things like steak and shrimp taste like they came straight from a restaurant. If you're looking for easy to prepare meals that are also good for you and at a great price, then there's never been a better time to get in on this offer. That's because if you head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code 50WINDAGANG, you will get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. That is right, half off your order and free shipping. Again, just use code 50WINDAGANG at factor75.com to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you for watching the ad, and thank you to Factor for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description, and we are back to the video. In 1989, before there was even a Tampa Bay Lightning in the first place, John Ziegler Jr., then president of the NHL, announced a plan to expand the league from 21 teams to 28, hoping to broaden the league's footprint into new markets. As the NHL's first American chief executive, Ziegler was responsible for making the league more international. Which, you know, if you're Canadian, like most hockey fans are, then America is technically international. I mean, it's like the same continent, but it's a different nation. Right? Anyways, the idea was they wanted the NHL to be bigger and expand into other continents around the world, specifically Europe. So Ziegler increased the number of European players and opened the doors for Russians to play in North America. Naturally, Ziegler was an ambitious president who was eager to increase hockey's visibility to the world, especially in America. After all, the NHL is a big deal and all, but in the United States, when compared to the NFL, the NBA, or the MLB, it's far less popular. So entered the Esposito brothers. Phil Esposito, one of hockey's greatest players of all time, and his younger brother Tony, a fellow Hall of Famer and goaltender, formed the Tampa Bay Hockey Group, or the TBHG, in the hopes of being awarded one of the 7 new expansion franchises. As a former executive with the New York Rangers, Esposito had retired to Florida and believed that the area could support a hockey franchise. Along with the Espositos, the other partners in the TBHG included Tampa Bay lawyer Henry L. Paul, Cleveland Indians president and general manager Gabe Paul, Michael Osterhout, the president of Eden's Broadcasting Group, and Mark Perrone, an agent who represented several NHL players. So the 4 of them made this group in order to try to get an NHL franchise in Florida, and in May of 1990, Esposito announced that he would bid for a franchise in the Tampa Bay area. To secure a bid, however, because this is the way that sports franchises work, Esposito would be responsible for an expansion fee to the tune of $50 million. Although Esposito had a large group of investors behind him, his most prominent partnership was with the Pritzker family, who had risen to fame and notoriety for the enormous wealth generated from their ownership of the Hyatt hotel chain. So because of the Hyatt money, as you can imagine, Pritzker had a tremendous amount of wealth. And thus, coupled with the Esposito's reputation and history in the world of hockey, the dream of Florida having its first NHL franchise was practically a done deal. I mean, hypothetically, the only thing standing between you and the franchise is $50 million, and then you get all of the money Hyatt has ever made. So that'll probably cover it. Officials from the Tampa Sports Authority, an organization responsible for developing and maintaining professional sports venues in Tampa Bay, echoed the sentiment. According to Vice Chairman Norman Manser, quote, "The fact of the matter is, we had faith in Mr. Esposito and the Spectator Group. I only expect the one bid. I would think that with the strength of the Pritzkers, it would be real difficult to find someone else who would match up and be willing to compete. Just remember that for me. It would be real difficult to find someone else who would match up and be willing to compete." To prove to the league that Tampa Bay would be an ideal location for an expansion, Esposito funded and hosted an exhibition game at the Florida Suncoast Dome, which is now the Tropicana Field, in September of 1999. The showdown between the Los Angeles Kings and the Pittsburgh Penguins was a success, and despite a series of ice-making problems early in the week, you're trying to make an ice rink in Florida, And despite the fact that the game took place on a Wednesday night with outside temperatures that climbed to the mid-80s, the game garnered an NHL record crowd of 25,581 people. So if the league wanted proof that an NHL franchise in Florida would work, that was probably it. Funny enough, the game was billed as an epic showdown between the Kings' Wayne Gretzky and the Penguins' Mario Lemieux. But due to an off-season back surgery, Lemieux did not play, and as a result, the check that Esposito gave to the Penguins was for $30,000 less than the $100,000 he had promised them. When the Penguins' general manager, Craig Patrick, questioned Esposito, Esposito said, quote, "What are you going to do about it?" Which is like the ultimate middle school response. It's like, hey, this check is $30,000 less than what you said it'd be for. And Esposito's like, so? Wow, look who can do math. Although nobody knew it at the time, this attitude would set the tone for the future ownership situation in Tampa Bay. I know I'm asking you to remember a lot of things and nuances, but they'll make sense in a moment, I promise. Or the closest thing to sense I can make of this. See, Esposito and the TBHG were the strongest bidders in the quest for a franchise in Tampa Bay, as established. But while they were the strongest bidders, they weren't the only ones. Jim Rutherford and Peter Carmenos, who had financial backing from an IT software company called CompuWare, had at one point become frontrunners to secure the bid. Rutherford and Carmenos had secured exclusive rights to lease the Florida Suncoast Dome, meaning the potential team already had a future home with them. This left Esposito and the TBHG, who had a stronger financial backing, without a venue, since the other guys had exclusive rights to the Florida Suncoast Dome. So the NHL went to the two prospective ownership groups and said, hey, you have the money, you have the location. Why don't you two just team up? And Esposito's response, if you didn't gather from the guy who told the dude who asked why there's $30,000 left, what are you going to do about it? That guy's response,
fucking piece of shit! I shot him 85 times!
Cutting off your nose to spite your face. Well, what happened next was an all-time perfect example of that. As Esposito...
I hit him with a car fucking 7 times!
That the Florida Suncoast Dome was actually a horrible site for a franchise, and he didn't want it anyway. After having just put on a...
fucking piece of shit.
Highly
I shoot him 85 times, he shoots me once, I die. I hit him with a car 7 times, he hits me once, I die. And it's like, fuck you. You want to tell me that's not the developer? It is the developer.
Profitable exhibition game at the very same dome in an attempt to lease the arena. This was his tactic. He just spent all that money, had all the people show up to show the NHL how great of a place this would be. And when he finds out the guys who he doesn't want to partner with own it, he now switches gears and says, yeah, that's a horrible place.
Yeah, I don't want...
I never would have had an NHL game there in the first place. It's stupid. Just look at it. Esposito's next move was to hire a man named Mark Gannis. And I know there's a lot of names in this video, but remember that one. Gannis was a sports power broker tasked with finding a new, more attractive venue. Because, you know, I'm sure there's a ton of possible hockey stadiums in Tampa Bay, right? Thus, the Tampa Coliseum Incorporated was founded with Gannis at the head, with a strategy to build a state-of-the-art arena. Esposito once again had the strongest selling point to win the bid. That was that he was now going to build a dedicated Coliseum for the NHL team, and of course the $50 million franchise expansion fee, which I don't know if you've ever looked into it, but the price of building a place that is called a Coliseum for a sports team is going to be more than $50 million. But Esposito says he has the money, and if that guy's dedicated enough to put a whole building to put his $50 million team in, then it's easy to understand why the NHL favored him. Not to mention the thing I said earlier, that he was a famous NHL player. All was going well, and Esposito was set to stake his right into getting his NHL team. Keyword being was. Because in August of 1990, Esposito's dreams were dealt a crushing blow. The Pritzker family, who had promised to put up the franchise fee, pulled out of the deal. Just 4 months before Esposito was set to be awarded the franchise. This last-minute exit was reportedly due to the family's concerns over public scrutiny and the project's viability. Which, you know, crazy time to get cold feet on the deal. Esposito was left scrambling for a new financial backer to front the $50 million. To help him in that search, Esposito turned to David Lefevre.
The story's good.
Lefevre was a powerful New York attorney known for brokering deals with major sports teams like the New York Yankees and the Houston Astros. The kind of guy that Esposito needs on his team a lot right now. After setting up a successful deal between the Yankees and a large Japanese company, Lefebvre took the ownership group to Japan to look for investors. So, in November of 1990, and some pieces are going to start coming together, after initial success in meeting with a handful of companies like Meatpacking and Tokyo Tower Development, Esposito landed a $2 million commitment. However, for those of you keeping track at home, $2 million is a lot less than $50 million. So Lefebvre connected Esposito to Kasaye Green, a golf resort and real estate firm ran by a man named Yoshio Nakamura. In Lefebvre's experience, meetings in Japan were usually held in offices and boardrooms, but the executives from Kakusaye Green ran their business meetings differently. They met Phil and the TBHG in Ginza, a district known for luxury shopping experiences and a buzzing party scene. Their first meeting literally took place at a bar, in which the partners would later describe the meeting as, quote, having girls all over them, which what they're most likely describing is a strip club. Maybe not a literal strip club, but it is a bar where women are hired to flirt and be all over the guys. An interesting place to hold a multi-million-dollar business deal. As Esposito and his ownership group met with Nakamura, they were given the impression that the money being discussed in the deal belonged to Nakamura, who was named in their financial applications as the majority owner and active manager of Kokusai Green. At no point in their trip to Japan was the name Takashi Okubo mentioned, which if you don't remember who that is, and I couldn't blame you because it's been a lot, that is the name the press received in the guide from the Tampa Bay Lightning, a team that at our point in the story doesn't exist yet. That is the name that the press received that is supposedly the owner of this team. But again, according to everyone who went to Japan, that name was never brought up. So just to recap, Esposito wants one of these new NHL teams, so he gets a location and $50 million worth of backing, and in order to exhibit to the NHL that a team will work in Florida, he has a huge game at an arena, but then that arena gets used by someone he doesn't want to partner with, so he starts to build a new arena. But as he's doing that, the financial backers back out. So now he's hired a guy who has taken him to Japan in order to get backing for the team he wants to make, and at no point during that meeting in Japan, which was at a strip club, mind you, or something equivalent thereof, the name never gets brought up that years later, the press would find out was the mystery man who owns the team Esposito's trying to build. And believe it or not, it gets worse from here. Following this trip, a deal was made. Kokusai Green, again, the company that Nakamura is supposedly the owner of, or like the main executive member of, Green would front the $50 million for the expansion fee using what Esposito and the company believed was Nakamura's money. Their bid to secure a hockey team in Tampa Bay was officially funded. And after returning to the United States with financing in place, Esposito was asked how he landed the investors. To which Esposito replied, quote, "The more we drank, the more it made sense. I said hockey. They thought I said sake," which that is kind of funny, I guess. But once again, to be expected of the guy that said, what are you going to do about it? This infusion of capital was exactly what the group needed, and Esposito was back on track to meet the NHL's expansion fee requirements. And on December 20th, 1991, the NHL awarded the new Florida expansion franchise to Esposito's group. The team was named the Tampa Bay Lightning, a name Esposito chose to reflect the region's reputation as the Lightning capital of North America. Also of note is that when the NHL granted the Lightning permanent franchise status, Yoshio Nakamura became the first Japanese majority owner of a major league sports franchise in the United States. At the time, foreign ownership of a professional sports team was pretty unheard of. For example, in Major League Baseball, foreign ownership of a team is forbidden. But the NHL, perhaps due to it being the least successful of the four major American sports, didn't have such a policy. And so the deal went through. Remember, Nakamura is the majority owner because he was the majority of the investment, but Esposito took on the roles of president and general manager, while his brother Tony Esposito became the chief scout. Because of Lefebvre's involvement with Kokusai Green and his help brokering the deal, he was appointed the role of governor of the Tampa Bay Lightning, representing the team in all National Hockey League matters. The team's inaugural season commenced in 1992, marking the beginning of professional hockey in Tampa Bay. But some of you may be asking the question, who exactly were these mysterious new Japanese owners? I mean, who was this group that they went to over into Japan and managed to get them involved with hockey, something that was not at all popular in Japan, much less worth a $50 million investment. I mean, can you imagine how hard they had to sell it to those guys? It seemed that the NHL's answer was, who cares as long as they can pay? Well, according to Gil Stein, the league's general counsel under NHL president John Ziegler, the reason Kokusai Green had been given the green light was simple. Stein said, quote, they promised to deliver the franchise fee the league was owed. Just say the magic words and win an expansion franchise. What were the magic words? We'll pay the $50 million fee up front in cash. But no one involved with the Lightning's ownership group would end up paying that $50 million up front. In fact, they struggled to pay that amount at all. See, what you might expect is that a transaction this large with a major American sports team would require a lot of background checks on any prospective new owners. But this was before an incident with a man named John Spano, who in 1996 duped the NHL and essentially took control of the New York Islanders before pleading guilty to fraud. In other words, the NHL's radar simply wasn't up for shadiness and scandals involving ownership groups. At least not yet, but it was about to be. Amongst the current NHL owners, there had definitely been concerns about expansion. For one, expansion meant splitting league profits amongst a bigger pot. I mean, bringing in new, potentially struggling franchises could dilute the value of every team already in the league. And introducing unknown investors into the system made these owners weary, especially once the Pritzker family dropped out of the Tampa Bay bid. At one point during the expansion process, the New York Yankees owner George Steinbrenner had been involved as an investor in Tampa Bay, intending to serve as the adult in the room, boistering the ownership group's credentials.
They're all trying to make money off this grift.
Other team owners, which makes sense.
It's all a
all
grift.
The people that already own NHL teams are kind of worried about adding 7 new teams at once, and then one of the people who really wants a team dropped funding, so now they're going overseas to get it. So it's understandable why everyone was a little hazy. Well, Steinbrenner later removed himself from any association with the Lightning, to give you an idea of how that went. But he did say the entire time he was involved with the team, he also believed that Nakamura was the team's owner. See, if not for the Lightning's financial woes during its infancy, Kokusai Green might have remained in the shadows, content to operate as a silent partner in the background with almost zero actual interest in hockey, despite their 60% stake with the team. Which again, not saying it's money laundering, but if it hypothetically were money laundering, that's typically what money laundering operations prefer to do. You know, not be in front of cameras. The remaining 40% was divided amongst various groups, including smaller Japanese corporations, George Steinbrenner, a longtime acquaintance of Phil Esposito, and an unnamed domestic company. Esposito and his group were the managing entities of the franchise. But as I mentioned a second ago, none of the $50 million franchise fee was paid up front to the NHL. The agreement that the NHL reached with the ownership group of the Lightning had them sending the $50 million in payments, the first of which Esposito's group was going to be responsible for. However, in June of 1991, when a $22.5 million payment was missed, Kokusai Green took action. Lefebvre, seeing his chance to buy his way into a share of the majority stake, secured the funds for the payment and helped Kokusai Green push the NHL to restructure the terms of the deal. This pushed Esposito and the TBHG out from their majority stake, which many inside the organization believed was his plan all along. Which, when you think about it, kind of makes sense. Esposito and the TBHG did not have the funding to put this franchise together. I mean, that's why Esposito came to Lefebvre in the first place to see if he knew anyone that had $50 million. So then Lefebvre takes him to partners he knows in Japan, and the partners agree to pay for it, or at least part of it. And then as soon as Esposito misses his payment, Lefebvre and his partners step in with the money, getting a larger percentage of the team. As one former Lightning executive was quoted as saying, quote, "We have copies of the letters that Lefebvre sent to John Ziegler, again president of the NHL, offering to step over us and go directly into a majority ownership of the franchise. The executive says he wrote those letters while he was representing us. But Lefebvre says he doesn't remember those letters and that he worked only for Kokusai Green." So, according to Lightning executives, Lefebvre had letters saying, well, we can just step into the majority ownership. We have the money anyway. And then when asked about it, he's like, oh, that, I don't remember that. Look, I represent my client because that's just the kind of man I am. In September of that year, the NHL's Board of Governors met and approved Lefebvre's deal for Kokusai Green to be the managing entity of the Lightning, replacing Esposito and TBHG. So Esposito and the team he put together, all the work he did to get this team there, fell through, and now the investors and the guy he hired to find the investors own the team. One of the conditions for this new company restructure was that Esposito was not to be forced out completely and would be allowed to continue managing the team, despite no longer having an ownership stake. Kokusai Green would later appoint their own executives, President Saburo, or Steve Odo, and Executive Vice President Chris Phillips. Both were men who were from Japan. At the meeting, one NHL owner, John McCullen of the New Jersey Devils, warned the others not to trust Lefebvre. He said, quote, "There was no way that Lefebvre should have been awarded a franchise. That is when I came to the conclusion we had to get a new league president." People thought Lefebvre was so suspicious that other Lightning executives began to refer to him as the Count behind his back, as in Count Dracula, a moniker he earned through his ruthless dealings and these shady beginnings. Accusations followed him of double-crossing his bosses and sabotaging business plans that were no longer advantageous for him. Many felt this was just the latest in a long stream of scummy actions from Lefebvre. When you think about it, the guy who hires you to find funding for the team, and cut to a couple years later, it's your team now, and he's managing. He works for you. During this time, Mark Gannis was hired by Esposito to find a new, more attractive venue for the Lightning. Again, Esposito may not be an owner anymore, but he's still the manager. According to Gannis, they lost out on a $60 million financing pledge for this new venue.
Fucking
when Lefebvre
corpos are so dumb.
failed to provide routine information to Gannis's lender, Fuji Bank. In response to them not giving him the information in time, Gannis sued Lefebvre and Kokusai Green for $123 million, accusing them of pushing him, Gannis, out of his deal so that they could build their own arena in downtown Tampa. While Gannis didn't have what you would call a flawless reputation around Tampa, Lefebvre's wasn't much better. Walter Herbert, the loan officer from Fuji Bank, who worked on the arena deal, stated, quote, "This character, David Lefebvre, was just somebody we didn't want to be involved with. And Kokusai Green was a strange company. Very small, yet sort of controlling the deal. It was a negative." I mean, the whole thing is covered in red flags. Lefebvre and Kokusai Green got the team under really weird circumstances, and everywhere he goes, people refer to him as Dracula, and everyone he speaks to about business is like, yeah, we don't want to be involved with him, and this company's kind of weird. Everything feels off. These would not be the only complaints regarding Kokusai Green. In 1995, 3 of the Lightning's 6 limited partners wrote angry letters to the NHL commissioner, Gary Bettman, who had taken control of the league after Ziegler was forced out of office in 1992. I'm sure some shady dealings and teams showing up like the Lightning didn't help his tenure. These letters were in a response to an emergency cash call from Kokusai Green to cover the franchise's operating expenses. A cash call is basically a request for funds. It's a way for the managing entity to ensure sufficient capital is available to help cover the cost of ongoing operations or specific projects. Basically, it's Kokusai Green saying, hey, all other owners, we need this money on standby. So the big mysterious partner, who again, nobody is happy with, sends out a letter to all the smaller owners and says, hey, if you don't come up with nearly $1 million in a month, you forfeit your investment. As a controlling partner, these mandates were within Kokusai's rights. But what the mandates revealed became an even bigger story than the actual money demand. Once the Lightning's limited partners got a look at the team's finances, they made a pair of shocking discoveries. The first discovery was that Lefebvre was said to be paid $2 million for securing the arena financing after he replaced Gannis. Remember all that stuff Gannis was saying when he sued $123 million and said, hey, these guys are trying to kick me out of my deal to get an arena? Well, it turns out from the finances that was true, and Lefebvre also got $2 million from doing that, or was said to be paid $2 million for doing that.
Must
the
be
second
nice.
discovery was that Kokusai Green and thus the Tampa Bay Lightning were not owned by Yoshio Nakamura, as everyone had been led to believe. In reality, they were owned by someone named Takashi Kubo, a man nobody had even heard of, except for you, because I mentioned him at the beginning of this video and at one other point. So you've heard of him twice, three times now. The NHL, led by Commissioner Bettman, conducted an investigation into the deal, ultimately brokering an exit agreement between the three limited partners to leave at a slight loss. Basically, it's hard to get out of the contract and partnership stuff they signed, but the NHL was like, we've got to do something here. But because these other partners won out, that meant that Kokusai Green ended up with the very thing it was accused of seeking: total control of the Lightning and its arena project. Everyone involved with this deal left with some extreme damages. Not only did Esposito lose out on owning this team that he had worked for years to own, but he had also ruined his marriage in his pursuit of landing an NHL franchise for Tampa. Ganis lost millions of dollars. Even Lefebvre wasn't unscathed, as he would later resign from the Lightning once it was discovered that he was secretly working on another deal at the same time to help bring a new stadium to Tampa's NFL team, the Buccaneers. And yet, at the center of everything was the mystery of Kokusai Green, and more specifically, Okubo, the mystery man. Even Commissioner Bettman was kept in the dark on this supposed majority owner of one of the teams. On a trip to Nagano for the Winter Olympics, a scheduled meeting between Bettman and Okubo was canceled at the last minute due to a business emergency in China. Okubo sent Bettman a Thai class with an apology gift. There was a family known as the Malou family, who were the eventual owners of the NBA Sacramento Kings, who at one point considered buying the Lightning. Well, their consultant, Tony Guanchi, is quoted as saying, quote, "Not only did I never speak to Okubo in our 8 months of pursuing a deal with Tampa Bay, I began to wonder if he even exists." Even Esposito, as well as Hot Kojima, one of the team's former executives, have stories of Okubo canceling on them. And again, these guys were supposedly partners of the team along with Okubo. When two players from the Lightning, Mikola Andersson and Mikael Renberg, were in Nagano playing with the Swedish Olympic team, 2 packages were left outside their apartment in Olympic Village. It was a gift from Okubo, a Japanese table decoration, along with a note welcoming them to Japan. Anderson is quoted as saying, quote, "It was a real nice thing for him to do. I mean, I guess it was for him." The note had Okubo's name on it, but it was unsigned. As a matter of fact, Steve Odo, the team CEO at the time, was the only person who claimed to have met and spoken with Okubo regularly. Odo explained why Okubo remained hidden from the public eye when he said, quote, "I think a lot of the wealthy people and companies use sports franchises as a vehicle to express their ego and also to be in the business to make money. I guess Mr. Okubo truly sees this as part of his investment portfolio. But he does love sports." Sure, dude, he loves sports. That's why he's never attended a single game or event from any sports team ever, as far as we can see, and also, as far as we know, has never stepped in public once, ever. Sure. Things went from bad to worse between Kokusai Green and the Espositos. Again, the Espositos are still like managers at this time. The franchise started airing its dirty laundry in public, with numerous public spats between both sides making the newspapers. In the St. Petersburg Times, Odo went on the record saying that he didn't want a Band-Aid or Mickey Mouse trains, and made a passive-aggressive statement regarding Esposito's employment, saying that his job wasn't in jeopardy. Yet, essentially, which the Band-Aid or Mickey Mouse thing is Odo saying that the Espositos are doing a bad job managing the team and its roster, and that if he keeps it up, Esposito's job would be in jeopardy. Odo had even admitted to killing a big potential trade that would have sent a minor leaguer to the Anaheim Mighty Ducks in trade for veteran center Kevin Todd. For those that don't know the NHL, just imagine that Odo killed a really good player trade. Although Odo was the mouthpiece for Lightning's ownership, it was Ganis' lawsuit against Kokusai Green and Lefebvre over the arena deal that brought Okubo into the limelight, causing speculation and scrutiny from the media. In that lawsuit, a Japanese financier for Tampa Bay described Okubo as a gangster, inferring a connection between Okubo and the Japanese mob organization known as the Yakuza. The Yakuza has been well known to launder money through sports enterprises such as golf courses. A deeper dive into the Japanese golf scene from the media showed that no one ever heard of Kokusai Green, which supposedly operated golf courses worth hundreds of millions of dollars throughout Japan. But despite supposedly owning and operating them, they don't want their name on any of it for some reason. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, money laundering and whatnot. When Sports Illustrated found Kokusai's address in Ginza on company documents, they discovered that, quote, it wasn't listed among the city's 10,000 largest businesses, nor is it one of Japan's 500 biggest recreational golf, leisure sport, or recreational companies, end quote. In other words, a huge company that makes hundreds of millions of dollars building golf courses isn't listed as a large business or even a large business within the world of sports and golf courses. In fact, 3 of the 4 golf courses claimed by the company weren't even where the company claimed they were. But you know, golf courses are pretty big. It's hard to misplace those things. Kokusai Green's claims sounded highly improbable, but because the company is privately held, much like the 20 or so other companies under Akubo, its financial statements aren't made public. Conveniently. And yes, you heard me right. This Akubo figure, who no one has ever seen, also has another 20 companies under him that he privately owns, therefore their finances don't have to be posted. Ultimately, Gaines' lawsuit faced numerous procedural delays stemming from difficulties serving the various Japanese defendants. I mean, as you can imagine, he tried to sue them for $123 million. It is hard in the United States court to sue somebody in Japan, and the matter was never resolved in a public trial. So Lefebvre gets this mystery company in Japan that has some really shady financials, at least. Despite all the money it's making, no one really talks about them or knows about them for some reason. And now, after using that money to get a new NHL team in the United States, suddenly they force everybody up and everyone thinks they're very suspicious. Well, it turns out this planned or unplanned takeover had some consequences for them as well. Because at this point, Kokusai Green, with the help of Lefebvre, had used power plays to force out most of the ownership group and self-sabotaged an arena deal, causing the Lightning to hemorrhage money. In November of 1994, the IRS in the state of Florida prepared to file liens on the franchise for $750,000 in past due taxes. On top of that, the team owed its partners millions. So while they may have succeeded at getting ownership of the team, they weren't exceeding at the whole making money part. One such debt was $4 million that the Lightning owed its concessionaire, who in turn owed their television partner, the Sunshine Network, $768,000. So the team owes money to the people that send out the games, and they owe money to the people that televise the games because they weren't paid the initial money for getting the footage out, so now they can't pay the people who actually broadcasted it. Even its advertising agency threatened to take down billboards promoting the team unless it was paid $347,000 in back bills. By 1998, the team's debt had reportedly reached over $100 million. One of the team's biggest creditors, though, was actually the company that owned the team, Kokusai Green. This is because Kokusai Green's investments in the team were structured as loans with a 12% interest rate rather than equity, which I know this gets confusing and all, but that basically means that even though Kokusai owns the team owes Kokusai about $43 million, a figure that continued to grow. This financial structure was unusual, as you can imagine. Typically, team owners provide equity investments in their teams to grow the business. I mean, the entire idea of buying something that you want to get bigger is that in paying for it, it gets bigger. Using loans instead meant that the business would be saddled with debt that would be difficult to repay as the amounts continue to increase. You're effectively buying stake in a company, or in this case, a team, using debt that is then forced into the team. But if and when those debts were paid, it would result in a hefty bonus thanks to that 12% interest. Assuming that the team makes enough money and you're the owner of it, but because you did it with debt, you're also the backer for the investment of the thing you own. So that 12% interest would kick back to you from you in the thing you own. You know, at one point, we used to trade like furs for grain, right? And that's all it was. It was just that. And then someone figured out that gold's rare, and now we're here. And if the mounting debt and financial struggles weren't bad enough, the team's attendance was abysmal. Although they had moved into their new Ice Palace Arena in 1990.
What? Come on, you won't let me move!
The average attendance was around 11,000 people.
I gotta get off it.
And while that may sound
Fucking
like a lot,
piece of shit developer.
The game they had before there was even a team there on a Wednesday when it was 80 degrees outside was over 20,000. Trying to inflate numbers in an attempt to encourage more people to buy tickets, the franchise gave away 194,000 free tickets in 1997. As works with the economy of anything, this only served to dilute the value of the tickets and the number stagnated. According to a 1997 Forbes article, the Lightning had debt equaling 236% of their franchise value. Or to put that another way, the franchise was valued at $75 million and they owed about $177 million. That was considered extreme, which, yeah, I would agree with that. And at the time, Forbes called them the most indebted team in all of North American professional sports. For context, Forbes considered a franchise in trouble if its debt rose to 50% of the team's value. So if you're considered in trouble if you owe half of what your team's worth, then owing 236% of what your team's worth certainly counts. That same year, Kokusai eventually put the team up for sale, saying they were, quote, tired of throwing good money after bad. They had invested more than $165 million into the team and the Ice Palace Arena. But when asked about the team's finances, NHL Commissioner Bettman said that Tampa Bay was current on its financial obligations, which doesn't make any sense. If they owe $177 million, then how are they paid up? This answer from the commissioner was different than the answer Odo gave to the media when asked the same question. He said, quote, no, just like any business, some bills you pay in 30 days, some you pay in 60 days. We try to stretch some like you try to stretch your MasterCard payment to the very last day, end quote. Okay, Odo. The difference is, when I set my credit card up to pay itself off at the end of every month,
not
they're for payments less than $177 million.
Yeah.
Also, to put it into perspective, if it's a 236% increase, that would be like if I made $100,000 a year, and for this analogy, I have $0. Like, I have no money in the bank account, and then I work a year and I make $100,000. And then I instantly buy something on my credit card for 236. No, it's an increase of that. So it would be 336. Wait, yeah, 336. Because the 100% increase would be doubled. 200 would be triple, right? That's how that works? I think. Yeah, okay. That would be like if I bought a $336,000 thing on a credit card and then was like, oh, I'll pay it off. What, 90 days? Easy. That there's a big difference. Okay, I started thinking about the percentage and I threw off the analogy. You get it. So the financials aren't good, right? Like an understatement, but they're not doing too great. Nobody's going to the games, but was the team at least playing well? No. In their 1997 to 98 season, they had an abysmal record of 17 wins, 10 ties, and 55 losses. That is the worst record in the NHL that year. So the franchise is owned by a shadow figure in Japan that possibly doesn't exist, and the company that this shadow figure is the head of is possibly a money laundering
sports
operation
people.
for the Yakuza, and also no one is coming to the games. They're also over $170 million in debt, and also they're bad at hockey. At some point, you've got to burn it down and collect the insurance. In 1998, Kokusai Green had found a buyer, Art Williams, an insurance tycoon and motivational speaker from Palm Beach, Florida. He had to be some kind of speaker to have that kind of money, and he surprised everyone when he agreed to purchase the Lightning and the Ice Palace for approximately $117 million. Williams was widely considered, as you could imagine, to be way in over his head. He knew very little about hockey and was visible and outspoken, the polar opposite of a Kubo. Also, he existed, as in he was an actual human being that you could see and touch, and there was some evidence that he was real. Once again, the complete opposite of the last guy. After the sale, Kokusai Green and their mysterious owner faded away, but their impact on the franchise would last for seasons to come. To this day, we still know absolutely nothing about Takashi Okubo, supposedly one of the most prolific businessmen in Japan, and also supposedly the first non-American or Canadian owner of a major sports team in the United States. We still do not even know if that guy existed, much less a photo or some record other than people that supposedly met him, but also stand to gain something if he didn't exist, like Odo. Or I should say stand to gain something if his true identity or its true identity was kept secret. By it, I mean as like a part of the mob, not implying that he's like a demon or, I mean, maybe he is. Maybe he's like a lion or something. Despite the change of ownership, the Lightning did not improve. The team missed the playoffs for the third consecutive year, unable to overcome the damage from Kokusai Green. The franchise was the first in NHL history to post 4 straight 50-loss seasons. However, in the 2003-04 season, the Lightning won its first Stanley Cup championship, less than 5 years after the franchise's darkest period. In 2015, under new ownership, the Lightning made the Stanley Cup final but fell to the Chicago Blackhawks. 4 years later, in 2019, the team had a record-breaking regular season with 62 wins, and in 2020, they won their second Stanley Cup in franchise history over the Dallas Stars. They won again the following year and made it to yet another Stanley Cup Finals the year after that, coming up just short against the Colorado Avalanche. Let that be a lesson, kids. If you're ever really terrible at something and saddled with tremendous debt, never give up, because you too one day can win a really big cup. So how did all of this happen? How did an NHL team that was allegedly owned by a member of a Japanese crime syndicate that almost certainly used it for money laundering? Well, first of all, Okubo's inaccurate statements to financial institutions misled the NHL and Esposito about the true owner of the business when the franchising deal occurred. But in part, this was also the result of the fact that the NHL did not do their proper due diligence in the first place. As noted earlier, then NHL President Ziegler was more concerned with the $50 million franchise fee than who it came from, or even if who it came from was a legit company. At this point in time, the league frankly just didn't care where teams got their money from. They probably had the thought process of who is going to wrongfully come up with $50 million, followed by potentially that exact thing happening. Interestingly enough, for historical context, the NHL very recently stated that going forward, the franchise fee for expansion will be $2 billion per team. So the league has come a long way since then. In the late 1990s, the NHL's process, or lack thereof, for approving ownership changes and franchise sales was relatively opaque, lightly enforced, and heavily reliant on personal assurances rather than rigorous financial audits. By modern standards, the league's approach was practically non-existent, a wild west, if you will. And the story of how the Tampa Bay Lightning came to be is one of the most notorious examples of that failure. As a result of all this, the NHL finally beefed up its ownership requirements. They now put prospective owners through rigorous financial vetting, including background checks and independent audits. As for the Yakuza of it all, well, this is just what they did, and probably still do. I mean, maybe not with like NHL teams, but elsewhere, probably. And while there may not be any hard and fast evidence of their connection, the Lightning's balance sheet from that era had numerous unattributed cash transactions with no explanations. So even if the Lightning as a whole lost money, there was still a lot of money that passed through there and potentially got washed. In 1993, Business Week detailed how the Japanese mob allegedly use American country clubs to launder cash. They do this by investors lending dirty money to a private investment company. The investment company buys a golf club or resort in the United States. The property collects membership fees for new members.
Money laundering
and
for
then
noobs.
Clean money finds its way back to the original investors. The investment company sells the golf club, occasionally at a loss, but so much money's been washed in the meantime, it was worth it. So just replace a golf course with the Tampa Bay Lightning and you see what might have happened. And you may think this sounds far-fetched, but there are several examples of the Yakuza doing this in the United States. The president of the company that bought the Turtle Bay Golf Resort on the north shore of Oahu was a member of the Yamaguchi Gumi, Japan's largest Yakuza organization. He was deported back to Japan after his background was exposed. Similarly, the developer of a brand new golf course in the Mononvili Valley area of Oahu made their fortune in the pachinko parlors of Osaka. He was also sent home after he failed an application for a U.S. visa because he did not disclose his criminal history. Katsuhiro Kawaguchi, the man who bought Coconut Island in the Kaneohe Bay, was called out by Japanese media as a real estate speculator who used Yakuza to evict tenants from commercial and residential properties he had acquired. If you're a fan of mixed martial arts, then you know how Pride Fighting Championships, a direct competitor to the UFC, fell from grace in 2006 after a scandal revealed connections between the company and the Yakuza, resulting in Japanese broadcasters severing ties with the organization. As you can imagine, the legitimate side of Japanese business is not a fan of the illegitimate side. When the Lightning announced their new ownership in the original press release, Yoshio Nakamura was listed as the owner. And again, according to everyone who was there for the initial meetings, they all believed Nakamura was the owner. After 2 years, any trace of the former chairman of the Lightning disappeared. Nakamura, the seemingly legit guy they made the deals with, vanished into the shadows. And as we know, the same thing happened after Yokusai Green and Akubo sold the team to Art Williams. Similar before, the Japanese owners that held the company just vanished. So, were the Tampa Bay Lightning owned by the Yakuza? Probably. I think, at least, allegedly. In Gil Stein's, the person I mentioned earlier, book, Power Plays, an inside look at the big business of the NHL, Stein seems to agree. And while we may never find any hard evidence that the Yakuza did indeed own the Tampa Bay Lightning, or if Takashi Okubo even existed, or if the team was a front for something larger, I think it's safe to say that in this case, smoke follows fire, which is a strange analogy for a story revolving around ice hockey, but you get what I mean. This whole thing's weird. Today, the Lightning are considered to be somewhat of a modern-day dynasty, having found recent success. The franchise's tumultuous beginnings, meanwhile, are still a foothold in the team's legacy. Obviously, today's story doesn't take away from the team's success or their legitimacy as an NHL organization. Now, if anything, it's just interesting lore to show where they came from to where they are. Kokusai Green still has no footprint on the internet, by the way. I mean, other than, of course, people talking about it. It has, as a business, no website, no social media, nothing. However, if you translate the word Kokusai, this is what you'll see. International. The word Kokusai means international. The company was called International Green, and it sold and bought golf courses, and it's just called International Green. That's got to be like the most generic, fake-sounding company name in the history of generic, fake-sounding company names. When you get to the end of a golf hole and you're putting, that area is called the green. So for the company that they use, that some shadowy guy owned, the company that bought up greens internationally was called International Green. But despite that, it worked. A generically named company landed an American sports franchise, then proceeded to financially ruin it in a matter of years. Like any good American rags to riches story, Tampa Bay's road to a professional hockey franchise is paved by fraudsters and lies. But hey, land of opportunities and dreams and something or other. International Green, like I'm serious. But more importantly than how dumb of a name that is, I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did, that's really cool, and we just want to say thank you for watching. This is again one of those things that's so weird, I had to find an excuse to talk about it. Super grateful for all the researchers and the people over on this team who managed to put this information together. Be sure to show them some love. All their names will be linked in the description, as always. Yeah, this is just an absurd story. We don't think about, like, mobs, at least not in the United States, as being big enough to run, like, sports franchises. I mean, obviously, you know, shell companies and stuff like that. But we don't think they'd be so bold, so brazen as to just, like, buy an arena that people go in. But here it might have happened, and they may have been overseas while they did it. It's just an absurd story that hopefully you use to terrorize someone at a dinner party at some point in the future. Above all else, I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you for sticking around.
It was good, yeah.
Thank you for watching. Thank you all for the support you've shown on the channel. New content posted every week until I go on a camping trip and forget a week. But other than that, try to do every week. Thank you so much to everyone mentioned in the description who made this video possible. It means the world. All in all, that should do it for now. New content is on the way. But before I go, we just want to say thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye! Also, the next time someone gives you $50 million to start a sports franchise, be careful. Or do what you want with it. I don't care.
It's a good video. I killed him. I killed him. What the fuck are you, son? Watch this. This might be funny. Oh yeah. It was clean. I'll probably take that, honestly. Need your ammo. Maybe I should take these bigs. I would have done better, maybe. I'll take that. $11 down, 10 up. Wish me luck. I don't know. I think that's a better weapon. Oh, I don't know. These are good, but they're like... Ooh. That's pretty good. Shit, this car's like dead. I gotta go back out the other way. Oh, this has gas, it's just hurt. Nice. What was that? Somebody died down there. There he is. Who's this guy? Fuck, I had to give up my armor, which is so shitty. I should have thrown the pistol away. 4 left. I don't know if I'm going to make it, but I'm going to try. Shit, you can't get up this, huh? Okay. I better do now. There's stuff down there that I might need. I mean, I'll take that over anything else, yeah. Are they around me? No, they're not behind me. I better switch. Oh god, I might lose this, guys. I might win. I don't know. We'll see. Got the ammo. There's a car right there. Maybe I can creep up on him. Nope. Oof. That kind of sucked. Where was he? What's this guy? Now he's got to deal with him. Thank you. got it. It was a good fight at the end. It was a good fight, brother. It was a good fight. It was a good fight. Whatever your name is. I don't know. Who was this that I killed? I don't know. Who was this at the end? 13 kills. I got it, baby. Got my daily win. Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nope, we're done with this game. Goodbye. We're going to go play some New World now for like an hour and a half or something. And I'm going to go to bed. It was good. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it, baby. I got it. Yeah. It's fun to come in and get a solo win. That guy really wanted it, and I was like, nope, nope, I got a better gun than you. I'm going to fuck you up. I shot you with my fucking pistol, and I took that fucking hill. I took that hill from below, bitch. I took the fucking peak from below. You poked your head out a whole bunch of times. I took the peak from below. I took it below. I took you from below, bitch. I took you from behind, or right in front of you. You can see what I have to deal with. I have to climb the hill from below all of my life. And I'm so used to it that it doesn't surprise me when it happens. So I just do it. I'm just like, all right, fine. I'm going to have to kill this guy who's up there with all these tricks and fucked up shit. I'm going to have to hit him with the pistol or I won't do enough damage. And I did kill him. I killed him, didn't I? I was like, well, I'll take the hill. Fuck that. I'll take the hill like hill 41, you know? Disney hires an actual groomer. Yeah, we knew. Yeah, pirate software just can't stop. Is academia broken? Hacked how 13 lines of code stolen 94 in a fake game. Dead topic. Starfield is a fake game. It's not a fake game, you fucking idiot. You're just bad at Bethesda. How was Sandwich ruined $100 million heist? Ferret's Gone Wild. Pirate software just can't stop by Lanza.
So I don't normally do follow-up videos so soon, but there are still things coming out about Pirate Software that I think are worth getting into. So think of this video as the post-credit scene to my last project that involves updates and some more info and stuff we've gone over already. First things first, it turns out that Jason was lying about Kronos being a lawyer, as it would turn out that the indie game dev he falsely DMCA'd Brandon will end up getting a real lawyer named Mario to contact Kronos by sending a ticket on the Pirate Software Discord server, in which Kronos immediately opens up saying he's not an attorney. It turns out that Kronos only had some experience working with law-related stuff before quitting his job to become Jason's full-time lead moderator, so that whole spiel about how Brandon is gonna lose in court and blah 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 was just an attempt at scaring him into submission, alongside Kronos' threat of using Brandon—
Oh my god, which of my easy vapes should I smoke? Or vape, I mean. Should it be my Do-si-do? 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 Do-si-do. 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 White Widow. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the White Widow. Runs. Skywalker OG. Sour Diesel. Lemon Cake. Sour Diesel. Or Maui Wowie. I think I'll have White Widow. Yoinks. Rip. Tear it away from the cluster. Twist. Pop. Enjoy. Apply liberally. Liberals are good.
and his docs to get the police on him as well. I don't know what's more embarrassing. Me missing this easy...
Oh yeah, I've never had this White Widow. Oh yeah, that White Widow is so fucking good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ah yeah.
Or me believing Jason by his word that Kronos is a lawyer despite...
That'll make your bull run.
Lying. But yeah, Kronos ain't shit here. He's just another guy who knows some law stuff. Thankfully, this ties into something that a lot of people are becoming more aware of now, and that's Jason's constant application of social engineering to get the outcome he wants in whatever way he can.
Yep.
Social engineering is basically using psychological influence of people to perform actions you want them to, or release something you say in a certain way, or give you confidential information, as well as just generally trying to spin things in your favor in whatever way you can. As we've come to learn, Jason loves to apply social engineering to pretty much everything he ever talks about, including himself. Be it line about the NSFW,
that was his name, Jason, I think so,
or the aforementioned false DMCA situation. But I want to go through a recent example to show y'all just how obvious he makes his attempts at this to get what he wants. On the day I released my video about Jason, it turns out that when streaming earlier that morning, there was somebody who sent a donation saying that one of his ferrets died because they ran out of mana. It's a crude joke that understandably got him banned from the chat, and Jason would take things a step further and say he was reporting him directly to Twitch themselves to get his entire account banned. No, I'm gonna play out the entire clip itself and cut out only the fat as to not drag it out for too long, and I want you guys to see if you catch what Jason is trying to do here beyond just saying he's getting and reporting.
Damn it, Jason.
I'm gonna report that one myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Piece of shit.
Oh, did he hurt your feelings?
Yeah, that one's reported to Twitch.
It's the internet. It's the internet, and you're letting it get to you. You're bad.
Yeah, I reported already, Jake. Garbage human being. I got reported for what? We'll find out how long it takes for him to get banned permanently.
Damn, pretty angry talk from
It's
somebody
just
like
disgusting,
you.
Hateful behavior, and it crosses a line. It crosses a line.
It's
that,
hard talk from
I
somebody
think is
like you
outrageous,
who's
to be
like
honest with you.
trying to act hard.
There's like very few things that I would say like cross a line, like go after me.
Why do you
be
sound so
rude, I don't give a
soft?
shit. What do they say? They said that Ghost died of So they're trying to mix the World of Warcraft drama shit and say that one of the ferrets that died at our rescue because she died of a very rare cancer died of being out of mana because they're a f***ing awful human being.
Yeah,
disgusting.
why are you
It's, like,
repeating
actually
it?
disgusting.
You farming it for content
Yeah,
is
they shouldn't
also
be on this
horrible,
platform,
you
and
fucking
Twitch should clean that
shithead.
shit up.
You
It's
farming it for content is also horrible. I'm doing it, but it's not my ferret.
That is why we ban people in this chat. Actually disgusting human being. You're actually
It's the
garbage.
internet. Are you
Now, throughout that
surprised?
entire
You're the
clip,
social
Jason is
engineer.
saying,
It's the
like, how
internet.
This person is such an awful human being and how he's directly reported him to Twitch itself to get his entire account banned. And very clearly is priming his viewer base to dislike the person for whatever he might have done. He then explains how they made the mana joke and how it was way too far, man, and bad and all that. And right at the very end, what
Oh,
directly
the
shows
troll
how
crocodile
into
tears
thousands
makes
of
it
fans
even
watching.
sillier, you
I'm
fucking
sure some of y'all
idiot.
caught on to this, but for those that didn't, the
I love
audience,
trolls
knowing
and
that
their
Jason's goal is to
crocodile
get this guy's
tears.
entire Twitch account banned, as we kept hearing it ourselves. And Jason, knowing that the audience was now primed in his favor by stating how bad of a person the guy is for what he did, would show the screenshot of what he said, not just because he thought the message was bad, but because it showed his full username, and therefore part of his audience would start to mass support the account so he could get what he wants.
Oh
In
my
this
god.
case, get him banned.
So, okay, the other day, all the, like, look at this, guys. This is insane. Look at this, guys. I'm not kidding. So, oh my god. So I bought a lot of cut pristine diamonds. A lot of them. You see them? 760. Now they all want them back at full price. And I'm going to make so much money. I'm going to make so much money. I'm going to clip this right now because it's kind of insane, the content I'm about to fucking deliver. I mean, I'm not kidding. So, okay, I'm just gonna show you me farming, like, I don't know, 20,000 gold off of a lark. I bought a whole bunch. I saw these idiots selling cut pristine diamonds for, like, you know, like, I don't know, a penny. So I bought 1,000 of them. I was like, sure, I'll invest 100 gold, sure. And I bought a whole bunch of them. Now they're buying them back. And I'm making a lot of gold. Look, now they're buying them back. I'm going to clip this, which is kind of funny. So, go back. I'm sorry, I went to the wrong channel. So, I'm going to clip this, which is kind of funny. And I'm sure my explanation is now probably going live. If Twitch was competent. I don't think Twitch is competent. Yeah, can you do it? I don't know. Can you actually do this? I don't know. We'll see. So, clip that, bitch. So, here's me making a whole lot of fucking money on New World. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of silly. It's going to go down the line, but I'm going to make a lot of money. I bought this for 100 gold. I bought this stack of cut pristine diamonds. I did it on stream. I'm not kidding. And here's me cashing it all back the fuck in. See it? I could sell all of them for, I mean, yeah. I got this for 100 gold, and I'm flipping it back for 11,000. I could sell all of it. Let's get this guy first. I'm clipping this. I mean, this is a New World moment, bitch. This is a New World moment, guys. If you guys ever been here, I've been here before, so it doesn't impress me any. You know, I've been here before. It doesn't impress me. But I got this stack of cut pristine diamonds for 100 gold, maybe, I don't know, like a week ago or something like that. Now they want them all back. Now they're like, oh, no, you starved the whole fucking thing. I did. I starved the whole thing, didn't I? Oh, I'm sorry. So, yeah, I'll take your fucking 11,000 gold or whatever. Have fun or whatever. Yeah, so Go back. Sorry, New World's, Amazon's greatest market or whatever. You can have half of them. You can have half of them or whatever. I could take the whole 8,000 gold, but I'm not going to. I'd be dumb to do that. But I am going to take 5,000 gold off him like it's nothing. Look. And now I'm going to sell the other 587 for 58.50, which is so much goddamn money. Let's see. Hey, what is 55 times 587? God damn it. Please, I'm trying to tell you. What is 55 times 587? I'm going to make 32,000 gold off this if they buy them like this. Look at this market manipulation. It's hilarious. Now, I clipped this because I did, make the money. I did. So, yes. So, insufficient items. Okay, so recount, and I would like you to sell those. Did I sell them all? No. I have 236 cut pristine diamonds. I'm going to place 100 of them or something. I'm going to place 150 of them. At 58 gold a piece. Yeah, 58 gold, 58.49. I'll go a little bit lower than this guy because I want to make sales. Yeah, fuck this guy. And then there we go. And you just saw me make, I don't know, what was that? It was, I don't know, 25,000 gold in a minute. You just saw me make 20, I was at what, I was at 28, I think, and I'm at 42 or something like that. Yeah, I'm at 42. You can't really see it, but it is 42. If I come here, you'll be able to see it. 42,240. I just made 25,000 gold in a fucking, I don't know. I did buy the fucking gems when I saw how cheap they were. I just bought them. I was like, who the fuck sells gems at this fucking price? You're insane. So then I cashed out. Look, I'm sitting at 42 grand. Let's go buy a house. Let's go buy a house, guys. I don't know why I can't do this in real life. I'll tell you why. Because the baby boomer generation sucks dicks, steals money, backs banks, and fucking Democrats and Republicans instead of themselves. And that's why I've never had any fucking stake money. But boy, if I was let loose upon the world, I would eat these businessmen alive. The way they do business is so fucking dumb. You can see it. I saw the gems and I bought them, didn't I? I did. I bought, and they're not the only gems I bought either. I bought a lot of gems. When I saw how cheap the bots were selling them, because they were the botters were demoralized, so they sold gems at a super fucking cheap price. So I just bought them. I was like, do you understand how much work this is? So then I bought 1,000 of them, and you're seeing it. Now I'm gonna go buy a house, and I'm serious. I'm gonna go buy a fucking house, and let's do it here. Let's buy a house.